Good morning. We are live from the chamber. Before we begin, I'll go over the emergency response plan for this room. In an emergency, everyone must evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery take direction from security, and council takes direction from myself. After evacuating the room, please proceed to a stairwell, take the stairs to ground level, and evacuate the building through the doors marked emergency exit, and go to the muster point. Please do not take an elevator or walk through the city room. Anyone with limited mobility should identify themselves to security or myself during an evacuation. And finally, please speak with security or myself if you require first aid. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to call the City Council public hearing to order. And at this time, I'd like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory in the Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as the Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Iska, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. I'll begin with the roll call of my council colleagues. Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
And Mayor Sohi will join us later this morning. Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Councillor Rice has given notice that she will be a little bit late this morning. And Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Good morning. All right. I will next go to our declaration of pecuniary and conflict of interest. So before we consider today's agenda, I will ask all members of council present if they have any pecuniary or conflicts of interest to declare regarding any of the items to be discussed. A pecuniary interest, can we change that word? A pecuniary interest exists when an item could monetarily affect a member of council, their employee, or family member. A conflict of interest exists when an item could affect a private interest of a member of council, their employer, or family member. Do any members of council have a pecuniary or conflict of interest to declare? Hearing no declared pecuniary or conflicts of interest, we will move to adoption of the agenda. Councillor Hamilton?
I'll move that the September 15, 2025 City Council public hearing agenda be adopted with the following changes. Replacement attachments on item 3.1, Charter Bylaw 21285, that's the Heritage Valley catchment item. And 3.13, that's Bylaw 21296, public utility at the orchards at Ellerslie item, as well as item 3.29, Charter Bylaw 21277, and that's the North Central District Plan item.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Any questions?
Second.
Oh, thank you. And we will vote.
Councillor Salvador, yes.
Just waiting on 2 votes. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. And that is carried. I would now like to move to a procedural item. Councillor Jans, I think you were going to make a motion.
Yes, I would make a motion. I'm just going to look to the clerk to the move for the wording, but I'm going to move that item 3.31 be referred back to administration. Oh, brought forward. Okay, I'll move that item 3.31 be brought forward.
Second.
Thank you. Any questions? No, please vote.
Yes.
Just waiting on 1 vote. Councillor Tang?
It's not working for me. Yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. And that is carried. And now Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I'll move a motion to refer back to administration.
Second.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Knack, you want to speak?
Yeah, I guess I want to just ask if we can sort of, I believe I've seen information, but can we share why this one has to be referred back?
Councillor, there's been a procedural fairness issue that requires us to simply be referred back and be brought back again to council.
Are you able to elaborate? Like just for the sake of everything, this doesn't happen very often, so I'm just wondering if people want to know, like are you allowed to share? What's the?
The basis is that there is the perception of a procedural fairness breach. The corrective action of that is to refer it back and allow the public hearing to restart. Not doing so provides risks of this being challenged and having to do it again in any event.
Can you give I'm gathering you don't want to talk about any specific thing, but can you talk about sort of broadly, like what would have to happen, or why would a procedural fairness issue arise in general? Like,
Sure,
what are
Councillor.
the different examples that could cause that?
Yeah, that's great. One of the main fundamental elements of procedural fairness is the decision makers are unbiased and appear to be unbiased. Consultation with one of the parties outside of the knowledge of the others during a public hearing or preceding a public hearing is inappropriate. We've discussed that at various times in the past. Receiving information outside the public hearing, which I often give the warning when a matter is in ongoing nature, also can lead to breaches of procedural fairness. Generally, the notion is to keep the decision-making process safe and protected and fair to the public who comes. Council has very broad powers in rezonings. The cost of that is that we are very careful with procedural fairness to ensure that those powers are used appropriately.
So, I mean, just understanding you've made this recommendation, are there, like broadly speaking, and I think you've talked about this over different times when we've had to extend a public hearing into future weeks, but like when you're talking about a conversation with folks, you're talking even a friendly "how do you do" could be if it's not done in the public. You have a worry about that, like that type of thing? Is that?
Once you're in this meeting started, we have opened the public hearing for all the items on today's agenda.
Yeah.
During that period of time, it is prudent on members of council to be very careful in the conversations you have with applicants, proponents, those in opposition, anything related to that.
Occasionally during meetings, especially if you hit a lunch break, you might have members of the public come down to flag their counselor on an item. You would be recommending then in those situations, like don't even, I know it sounds hard, but like essentially don't engage, or at least just say, hey, listen, I appreciate you want to chat, but we've started the public hearing. I can't engage you on something like this.
If it's at all a discussion about a matter that is on that public hearing, you should be very careful to not engage in those. In particular, if you are chairing the public hearing, then that becomes even more important.
And would you apply that, like, no matter what they were asking about, even if they were asking about, where am I on the speakers list? We would want to say, well, go talk to the clerks.
The best practice is to refer them to the city clerks for those procedural type questions, timing, possibility of whether you're getting to an item, anything of the sort. The city clerk should manage that meeting for you. That provides that protection and safety.
Sorry, I know this sounds
No, this
really
is fine.
silly, but I'm going to, even answering that, so if somebody comes to approach me and says, hey, I want to know when something's coming up on an agenda or when you think we might get to it, does me saying go talk to the clerks create a risk? I mean, or that in itself is...
I don't see it on that generic of a level. Okay. I think it is a matter of, you are elected officials, you should engage in your constituents and in those that have an interest. We've talked about that before. You wear many hats and have many roles. If you can draw the clerks into those conversations, that will give you a protection in that regard. We just want to be careful. Often it's the appearance of that conflict that we're being very careful about.
100%. No, that's helpful context. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. No other questions. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. And that is carried. So any speakers that were registered to speak on item 3.31, I guess they have their day free. Thank you. Next, we will move on to protocol items. I'm not aware of any. No? Okay. And now we will go into our public hearing expectations. So before we do begin our discussion, I want to share my expectations for the conduct of everyone participating to ensure a safe and inclusive environment and workplace. These expectations apply to both in-person and virtual attendees. Hearing from the public is an important part of Council's process, so we know the full diversity of opinions that exist in our community. As meeting chair, my role is not to moderate the nature of the content being discussed, but to ensure behaviors support a safe, respectful, and neutral space for my colleagues, city employees, and the public. Disrespectful comments, including those directed at individual staff members or other speakers, profane language or gestures, and behaviors such as shouting, cheering, or clapping, or political campaigning will not be tolerated. In addition, use of the raise hand feature, chat, emoticon response, or AI note-taking tools in the virtual meeting are not permitted. I will direct the clerk to have security remove anyone violating these expectations. I will not provide any warnings. Once removed, the person will not be permitted to rejoin the meeting. This meeting is being live streamed and everyone is welcome to watch online. So the clerk will start by calling out the bylaws, and I will call out the names of people registered to speak. When called, please raise your hand if you're here in person. If online, please unmute and speak up to indicate you're present. Council will then select the bylaws they wish to discuss and vote on any bylaws that have not been selected for discussion. Council will then deal with each of the bylaws that were selected for discussion and debate. For each item, administration will first provide a presentation. Members of the public who registered to speak will then be invited to make their presentations in panels. The first panel will be those in favor, followed by a panel of those opposed, continuing in that order until everyone has been heard. Each person will have 5 minutes to make comments. The clerk will run the official timer in the meeting room, and it will be displayed in the virtual meeting. The lights will be green for the first 4 minutes, turn yellow when there's 1 minute remaining, and flash red when the 5 minutes are up. When everyone in your panel has made a presentation, members of council may ask questions of you or other panel members. After hearing from the public, council may ask questions of administration. After all questions of administration have concluded, I will ask council if they wish to ask any clarifying questions of those who presented in response to new information that may have arisen during the public hearing. Thereafter, council may close the public hearing and debate the bylaw. If participating virtually, please mute your microphone when you are not speaking. If experiencing any technical difficulties, please reach out to the office of the city clerk using the contact information provided in your confirmation of registration or at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. If you are here in person, city staff will guide you to your seat when it is time for your panel. Clerk, may you please call the bylaws?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.1, Charter Bylaw 21285, to amend the Heritage Valley catchment within Charter Bylaw 14380, arterial roads for development?
I have no speakers in favor and no speakers opposed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there anyone? Items 3.2 and 3.3 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone here to speak to Bylaw 21291, to amend the zoning bylaw 20001, urban warehouse zone downtown, or Bylaw 21292, to allow for mixed-use development that reflects the area's urban warehouse character downtown?
In favor, we have Yolanda Liu with Stantec to answer questions only. Thank you, Yolanda. And Katie Schneider from Autograph Group to answer questions only as well. Welcome. And Henry Edgar from Autograph Group to answer questions only. Good morning. And we have no one in opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.4, Bylaw 21299, to allow for mixed-use development that reflects the area's urban warehouse character downtown?
In favor, we have Alec Warrender from Faction Projects in person. Welcome. And no one in opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Just sorry to interrupt. We have a speaker online who isn't muted. If you could mute the unmuted speaker, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.5, Bylaw 21251, to close a portion of road right-of-way 184th Street Southwest, Keswick?
I have no one in favor and no one in opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.6, Bylaw 21258, to allow for a range of small-scale housing, Chappelle?
In favor, I have Rod Henricks with Stantec to answer questions only. Are you remote, Rod?
Yep. Good morning.
Good morning. And no one in opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.7, Bylaw 21274, to close portions of road right-of-way along Heritage Valley Trail Southwest, Chappelle and DeRoche?
In favor, Peter Sukalis, remote from Brookfield Residential. Peter, are you with us?
Good morning.
How about Rod Henricks?
Good morning.
Oh, sorry, was that Peter? Okay, thank you. And Rod Henricks from Stantec?
Yes, good morning again.
Good morning. And no one in opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.8, Bylaw 21250, to allow for medium-scale housing, Heritage Valley Town Centre?
In favor, we have Holly Mickelson, remote from Stantec.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Chris Nicholas from NAC Land, remote.
Good morning.
Good morning. And no one in opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.9 or 3.10, Bylaw 21293, to amend the Ellerslie Area Structure Plan, or Bylaw 21294, to allow for the development of the new Southeast Edmonton Transit Garage, a stormwater management facility, the conservation of an existing tree stand, and light to medium industrial businesses and developments, Ellerslie Industrial?
In favor, we have Pascal Ladouceur from City of Edmonton, remote. Maybe she'll join us when we get to that item. Susan Minier from City of Edmonton, remote. Again, we'll call back. Jennifer Van Popta, City of Edmonton, in person. Oh, up there, thank you. And Neil Ozadik, City of Edmonton. Thank you, Neil. And no one in opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.11, Bylaw 21253, to allow for light industrial and small commercial businesses, Strathcona Industrial Park?
In favor, we have Rhiannon Sones from Clarity Development, remote.
Hi, and I'm registered to answer questions only, but I have a presentation if needed.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And we'll get to that if it is selected. And in opposition, we have none.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Items 3.12 and 3.13 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone here to speak to Bylaw 21295, to close a portion of 91st Street Southwest, north of 41st Avenue Southwest, the Orchards at Ellerslie, or Bylaw 21296, to allow for a public utility corridor, the Orchards at Ellerslie?
In favor, we have Kyle Miller to answer questions only from Sheffer Andrew, remote.
Good morning.
Good morning, Kyle. And Peter Sukalis to answer questions only as well from Brookfield Residential. Hello again, Peter.
Good morning.
Thank you. And no one in opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there anyone here to speak to 3.14, Bylaw 21290, to allow for a range of small-scale housing and smaller-scale parks and amenities? Astor.
In favor, we have Christine Lee to answer questions only from Qualico Communities, remote.
Good morning.
Good morning, Christine, and no one in opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Items 3.15 and 3.16 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone here to speak to Bylaw 21288 to amend the Big Lake Area Structure Plan, or Bylaw 21289 to amend the Kinglet Gardens Neighborhood Structure Plan.
In favor, we have Kevin Backus from Anthem Properties, remote. Oh, in person, thank you. And Keith Davis to answer questions only from Stantec, in person as well. Thank you. And no
And-
one in opposition.
My apologies, Madam Chair. 3.17 will also be heard with 3.15 and 3.16.
Okay, then we also have in favor Christine Lee from Qualico Communities, remote.
I don't think they're being
Oh.
read together.
My apologies,
Okay,
Madam Chair.
so we're going to deal with 315 and 316 on their own. And so listed off those in favor, no one in opposition. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. So we'll start 317 over. Is there anyone here to speak to item 317, Bylaw 21297, to allow for agricultural and rural uses that do not prevent future land uses in accordance with the statutory plan, the uplands?
In favor, we've got Christine Lee from Qualico Communities, remote.
Yeah, I'm here. Thanks.
Thanks, Christine, and no one in opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Items 3.18, 3.19, and 3.20, I promise, will be dealt with together. Is there anyone here to speak to Bylaw 21297 to allow for agricultural? Is there anyone here to speak to Bylaw 21279 to amend the Lewis Farms Area Structure Plan, Bylaw 21280 to amend the Secord Neighborhood Structure Plan, or Bylaw 21281 to allow for a range of small to medium scale housing, Secord?
On those three items, in favor, we have Dan Tauber to answer questions only from the Janiki Group of Companies, remote.
Good morning.
Good morning, and no one in opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.21, Bylaw 20995, to allow for agricultural and minor industrial uses, including vehicle and temporary storage, Anthony Henday Big Lake?
In favor, we have Ted Bauerweister to answer question only from Henday Heated Storage, remote.
Present.
Hello, Ted.
Hello.
And no one in opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.22, Bylaw 21248, to allow for medium-scale mixed-use development, Calder?
In favor, we have Songlin Pan to answer questions only from Span Architect, remote.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Good morning. And Jasmine Sidhu to answer questions only, remote.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. And Vic Muti to answer question only from Muti Homes, remote.
I'm here, guys. Good morning.
Good morning. And no one in opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.23, Bylaw 21298, to allow for a range of small to medium-scale housing up to 3 stories, Calder?
We have no one in favor and no one in opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.24, Bylaw 21257, to allow for a range of small to medium-scale housing, Avonmore?
In favor, we have Allison Roslin from Situate in person. Good morning, Allison. And in opposition, we have Bickwin from, just Bickwin in person. Yes, up there, thank you. And Desiree Hughes, remote. Perhaps Desiree will join later on. And Brittany True, also remote.
Present.
Good morning. And that's all we have.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.25, Bylaw 21249, to allow for a range of small to medium-scale housing, Grosvenor?
In favor, we have Ryan Eidick from Eins Consulting in person. Good morning, Ryan. And no one in, and Desiree Hughes in opposition remotely. And again, we'll check back in with Desiree later if the item is selected.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.26, Bylaw 21255 to allow for medium-scale housing Belgravia.
In favor, we have Burton, and I'm not sure how to pronounce the last name. Is it Chu or from Everforth Studio Limited in person? Not yet. And William Yin from Everforth Studio in person. Good morning, William. And in opposition, Rob Cairns, remote. We'll check back in with Rob if that item gets selected.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.27, Bylaw 21256, to allow for a range of small to medium-scale housing McKernan?
In favor, we have Brad Thiessen, remote. Adam Yang, Everforth Studio, remote. And I know we have William Yin in person here from Everforth Studio. And in opposition, John Solstice, remote.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thanks, John.
Thank you. Thank you.
And Heather Feniak, remote. And Rhonda Bell in person. Not seeing a hand go up here, so maybe she'll show up later.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.28, Bylaw 21273, to allow for infrastructure, systems, and facilities that provide a public benefit? Blatchford?
In favor, we have Joshi, WSP Canada, remote.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Tom Lumsden to answer questions only, City of Edmonton, remote.
Good morning.
Good morning. And no one in opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Items 3.29 and 3.30 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone here to speak to Charter Bylaw 21277 to amend the North Central District Plan, or Bylaw 21278 to allow for light industrial and commercial businesses Montrose?
In favor, we have Monique Richard to answer questions only in person. Good morning,
Thank you.
Monique. And no one in opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.32, Bylaw 21263, to amend the Palisades Area Structure Plan?
In favor, we have Alana Lynch from Artis REIT to answer questions only, remote.
Good morning.
Good morning, Alana. And in opposition, Lars Ornberg in person. Good morning. And Joe Mulheron in person. Sorry, is Joe here? No? Okay. Maybe later on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And 3.33 will be dealt with alongside 3.32, which we've called speakers for.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So that does it for speakers as we have at this point. And we'll move on to selecting items for debate. If my colleagues want to sign up. Councillor Knack?
Thank you, Councillor Wright. I believe I'll be selecting, I have questions on 3.18, 19, and 20. Those are together. And then also 3.25, please. That's it for me.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Tang?
I'd like to select 3.9 and 3.10.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Salvador?
I'd like to select 3.24, please.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Rutherford?
I'd like to select 3.32 and 3.33.
Thank you. Anybody else with any selections? Okay, seeing no one else on the board. Councillor Jans, go ahead, please.
I do. I'm just trying to. I can't open my sheet this morning on my computer, so I'm trying to find. Yeah. Yeah, thanks, Counselor. 3.26, 3.27, and I think that's it.
Thank you. Last call. Anyone else? There's a lot of items to go through, so just double checking. Okay. If that is it, I guess maybe I'll ask the clerk to advise which ones have not been selected at this time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Items that have not been selected, 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, 3.4, 3.5, 3.6, 3.7, 3.8, 3.11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17, 3.21, 22, 23, 3.28, 29, and 30.
Okay, thank you very much. Am I missing a page on my next steps? No. Councillor Cartmel, did you want to go ahead with the bylaws then?
I so do. Councillor Wright, I will move closure of the public hearing on items 3.1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 21, 22, 23, 28, 29, and 30.
Second?
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Councillor Wright, I will move first reading of the aforementioned items.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Councillor Wright, I'll move second reading of the aforementioned items.
Second?
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Please vote.
I'm a yes, Councillor Rice.
Just waiting on one vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried, and welcome, Councillor Rice.
Councillor Wright, I will move second reading of the aforementioned items.
Second.
Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Just waiting on one vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. And that is carried.
Councillor Wright, I'll move consideration of third reading of the aforementioned items.
Second.
Please vote. Or should I say submit your vote?
Yeah.
Council, I'm sorry to jump in, but I'm reading on the screen different from what the motion was, and I just think you might want to make sure we're clear on that.
This is just consideration for third reading at this
That's
time.
what I heard from Councillor Cartmel, yes.
Are we going to change that?
We'll put that on the screen.
Okay. Okay. Can you just display it?
We're just clearing the vote.
And then we'll revote?
We'll revote,
Yeah,
yes.
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. And that is carried.
Councillor Wright, I will move third and final reading of Charter Bylaw 21285, Bylaw 21291, Bylaw 21292, Bylaw 21299, Bylaw 21251, Bylaw 21258, Bylaw 21274, Bylaw 21250, Bylaw 21253, Bylaw 21295, Bylaw 21296, Bylaw 21290, Bylaw 21288, Bylaw 21289, Bylaw 21297, Bylaw 20995, Bylaw 21248, Bylaw 21298, Bylaw 21273, Charter Bylaw 21277, and Bylaw 21278.
And that does it. Councillor Stevenson, did you want a second? And please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. And that is carried. All right, I think we're ready to move on now to our first item, and that's items 3.9 and 310 for the Ellerslie area transit garage.
Madam Chair, I
Yes.
was just wondering if you wanted to bring forward any items from a postponed public hearing.
Oh, my apologies. I thought those hadn't been selected, but yes, we do have 3.32 and 3.33. That's correct, Clerk?
That's
Thank
correct.
you. I'm wondering if someone would like to move to bring those forward?
Yes, I'll move to bring those forward.
Second.
Madam Chair, we also have 3.29 and 3. No, never mind. I'm listening to, ignoring.
Okay. We've all got our notes a different way, so okay. So Councillor Rutherford moved to bring forward, Councillor Salvador seconded that. Please vote.
Just waiting on one vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. And that is carried. Okay, so I guess in anticipation that this was going to be brought forward, everybody is set up here for item 3.2 and 3.3. So go ahead, please, with your presentation.
Thank you, and I'll change this from good evening to good morning. The proposed application has two components, a rezoning and a plan amendment. The proposed rezoning is from the Site-Specific Development Control Zone, or a DC 2.748, to the mixed-use zone with a maximum height of 16 meters and an FAR of 0.5 to allow for medium-scale mixed-use development. The proposed amendment to the Palisades Area Structure Plan aligns with the proposed rezoning and includes minor administrative amendments. Next slide, please. The site is, it's the previous slide from this, yeah. The site is located along 137th Avenue Northwest, which is a primary corridor and has an urban greenway. It is currently developed with a variety of commercial uses and is generally surrounded by vehicle-oriented commercial uses, the Knights of Columbus Twin Arenas, and the low-rise housing. Open space and schools are available nearby in Hudson and Wellington neighborhoods, which also service adjacent residential developments. Transit is available along 127th Street Northwest, 137th Avenue, and 140th Avenue. Active mode pathways are also found nearby. The urban greenway along the south of the site on 137th Avenue serves both a mobility and open space function. Urban greenways are intended to have enhanced landscaping that provides contact with nature and species that move through the greenway and connect people to parks, schools, services, and community amenities. Next slide, please. Administration reached out using a letter to surrounding property owners and community leagues. We received 10 responses. 7 were opposed, 1 was in support, and there was 2 with just questions. Comments received in opposition were that it will result in increased traffic along and on-street parking. It'll change the character of the neighborhood, that it's too high, and we already have too much residential in the area. The one resident in favor added that the additional uses would be beneficial. Next slide, please. When compared to the existing DC2, the MUH16 will increase the height from 10 meters to 16 meters and the maximum floor area from 0.35 to 0.5. The additional height in FAR remains consistent with development along a primary corridor in conformance with the district plan policy and direction within the surrounding area. The existing DC2 also has regulations requiring landscaping yards varying between 7.5 meters and 15.2 meters along the 3 site edges, and that provides vegetative buffers between the roadway and the commercial land uses, provides permeable land, and continues to mitigate heat island by breaking up paved spaces. The southerly landscaped yard allows for the protection of this urban greenway through a public access agreement, while conforming with the Northwest District Plan, and the area structure plan amendments will be in alignment with this rezoning. Next slide, please. Administration recommends supporting the application because it facilitates mixed-use development within a primary corridor, it supports new commercial uses within an established commercial area, and it's compatible in height and scale with surrounding land uses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And in favor, we'll go to our public speakers now. In favor, we have Alana Lynch to answer questions only. So there's no presentation, I'm assuming. So we'll move on to two in opposition. Lars Ornberg in person. Lars, did you want to come down?
Do I get a chance to ask questions
Of
the proponent?
Oh, I'm sorry. Even though they're only. I'm sorry, Lars, just a moment there for the public speakers, and I'm trying to rush through this a little bit too much, I guess, so. All right, yes, so is Alana Lynch online?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, I'm sorry, Councillor Rutherford, go ahead, please.
Thank you, appreciate it. Just, you really on the ball for this Monday morning. Well, thank you for being here with us today and for bringing this application forward. I think one of the things that in reading the report and likely going to hear from the residents that are here to speak today is around a bit of the uncertainty, right? So we're rezoning this whole thing as mixed use, and even, for example, transportation and parking and in and out of the area came up, but we don't know how much is going to be residential. Are there going to be parkades? Are we keeping the existing commercial on site? So what is sort of the overall plan for this site and the current intent?
So the only reason that we're actually rezoning this site is for the additional uses. There is no plans to redevelop the site. Everything existing is going to remain just the way it is. The rezone allows Artis REIT the ability to have more uses in the current building.
But the residential one, like, so right now, like, I mean, I go to that shopping area all the time. My kids go to Resonate, that's in that area. I shouldn't say that in public. Strike that from the record. They do not go there. Why then the adding of the residential use if there's no plan to build any residential?
This was the zone that was offered to us basically through the planner. There's no reason for us to have residential on the site. It would solely be for maybe the future, but Artis REIT has no plans to change anything on the site. It's just so that we can have additional uses in the existing buildings.
So what are those additional uses that you were looking to, and sorry, my clock isn't going, oh, there we go, okay. What were those additional uses that you are looking that weren't in the DC1, and why didn't you just amend the DC1 to have those uses? Or the DC2, sorry.
It was brought to us that it would be easier to rezone, and it's a fitness facility that we're looking to add to the existing building.
And that's not allowed in the current DC
Correct.
because it falls under the category of, the use would be, indoor recreation? Is that the
Correct.
use? Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. I mean, I wasn't opposed to the idea of residential as long as there was a bit more of a clear sight line, because I know right adjacent, there is some apartment buildings that are right behind like the Shoppers Drug Mart, just adjacent. And I've seen residential working well in Albany, for example, that commercial area. I don't know if you've seen that. Okay, I think that's all my questions for now. But I might come back to more questions once I hear from members opposed. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. And seeing no one else on the list, I will now ask Lars Ornberg and Joe Mulheron. No, Joe's not here. Okay, Lars, take it away. 5 minutes, please. Did you have a presentation? No? Just speaking? Thank you.
Just speaking, yes. As alluded, I'm going to be discussing why MU is a bad idea. Again, it was discussed on here that once land is zoned, then the argument for any further development is going to simply be a question of whether or not this meets the zoning. And I disagree 100% that this is an effective rezoning of the land next to 140th Avenue. The decision was made many years ago to allow other units along the area to abut right up against the roadway, which has completely removed any ability to expand. And an MU2 zone will eventually come with expanded access to and from 140th Avenue. There's going to be 140th Avenue exclusive uses, and because there's now no longer any ability to widen the road, allow for turning lanes, any of the issues caused by turning onto 127th, I do not believe that this is a good idea and that this decision that was made years ago now has to come to roost. There's, of course, a couple of other minor, obviously important to many of us, the standard community concerns about sightlines, privacy, and the social impact of having yet more transients coming to an area where larger multifamily housing, which is what MU2 is going to bring, not necessarily today, but it will bring, is going to bring to our neighborhood. We have established in the August 18th sessions, it was brought up, Councillor Cartmel, I believe, brought it up, that if you don't fight the zoning the first time, you've lost the chance. You don't get to fight it again, and then the only question will be, does it meet the zoning? We've established a residential zone, will be nimble, will meet the zoning. We do not wish this.
And thank you, Mr. Ornberg. Any questions for our public speaker? Councillor Rutherford is motioning. Just a moment. And please go ahead.
Thank you for being here today, and for your patience in this item being postponed. For those unfamiliar, you mentioned about 140th Ave and 100, and then that turn onto 127th Street. Can you elaborate on what your concerns are if this was approved and this was built out to the zone allowance of a mixed-use zone?
The issue would be that if it gets existed to a mixed-use zone, there's going to be more accesses on 140th Avenue, which is going to mandate more traffic on 140th Avenue. We are already seeing very bad impacts, not even at rush hour busy times of day, caused by the accesses caused by the shopping district at Fresh Co. And then the additional lots at Aloft Skyview and Suite 48's apartments that were again allowed to build right to the edge. They're basically designed now that it's not really possible to re-widen the street. To pardon the pun, that avenue has been now closed off to us in a very figurative sense. So that's the concern, that is more, an MU2 is going to be very, very similar to the property that is right behind Shoppers Drive, basically the same zoning as that there, which is going to be more accesses in the back to a roadway that is now no longer able to sustain it.
Yeah, I hear that concern too, because I think about even the non-busy times, because those shopping centers aren't necessarily on the rush hour times. They're always pretty busy. Myself trying to get out onto 127th, you can be backed up at any given time now by quite a significant number of cars. That's your experience too? Yeah. And when you talk about the sight lines, can you elaborate on what you mean by that for me to ask questions of?
Well, I mean, there's the minor concerns anybody in the neighborhood has with another large building going up right alongside, especially to an area that very, very recently seemed to be very stable as the existing commercial lots. So it's not a matter of somebody bought next to an empty lot that was going to get a apartment building built to it. They were building right alongside. They were purchasing property with the understanding on both north and south of 140th Avenue that the existing sightlines were going to be relatively stable. And now this rezoning basically takes all of that off the table.
And you heard my line of questioning to the proponent, and I'll have a line of questioning to administration about the zone and what category, if that's truly their intent, is one use change. But did hearing from the proponent ease any of your concerns? Or what I'm hearing from you is that you have been astute enough watching this along the way that we always have to think about whether it's the intent now. If they have those permissions, they don't have to come back later to get those permissions.
Correct. Basically, if, for example, there's other DC zones such as DC 102 that already have mixed, what's called minor entertainment, I believe is the subcategory.
Yeah.
So this is basically using a very, very large hammer to achieve a goal where you think that a pair of calipers would probably do the job. And yeah, that's basically my concern on there, is that we had a resident on the Thursday 29th session basically shocked to discover that he no longer had any foot to stand on to oppose a development because the rezoning that he thought was just a minor thing, and again, we're told by the developer that it's a minor thing. They might not even be, they might 100% believe it, and they might have a 20-year, 40-year, 60-year plan that says that. But the fact is, as soon as it becomes MU2, now it is lost. Now the only question remains, does this new development meet the zoning? And the answer is yes, it will.
And so if market conditions change and they can add residential, they might, right? Okay, that's all my questions for you all. So just stick around. I'm going to ask some questions to admin, and I might come back to questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Seeing no one else on the board, we will now go to questions of administration. And I'm guessing Councillor Rutherford is be putting her name up on the board. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I tend to agree with the speaker opposed. It seems, and in hearing the applicant isn't intending to do residential or change to build residential. You know, we always hear from our legal that we always have to think about what permissions we're giving as a total as opposed to what is the intent of the applicant. Why did administration recommend a mixed use as opposed to a general commercial zone?
Thank you. When we were doing our analysis, we look into part of the reasons why there was a direct control in the first place. And the primary reason that there was a direct control there was, in fact, to preserve and form an enhanced landscape, to provide that. At the time, it was more about providing the buffer in terms of the traffic, so that there was a pleasant place to kind of go through in terms of 137th Avenue. In this case, because that was the only reason for it being a DC, we then looked to what zones would be able to accommodate both the applicant's intended purpose as well as help us meet our city planning goals. And so when we look to this really is a primary corridor. It is looking to evolve over time. And so what we did is we worked within the MU zone to restrict the FAR to a lower FAR to preserve a little bit of a lower scale overall for the redevelopment, but to allow that to start to happen on 137th Avenue. And so with this, we're able to get both the protections of that urban greenway, which is the intent of that corridor, as well as allow some of that mixed use development that we want to see along the avenue start to come about.
So that's interesting. So we as an administration are pushing people to, our applicants to, or encouraging them for specific zones that even if they don't have the intention, would be ideal zones for future development of that area?
Whenever we're doing a rezoning, Counselor, we're looking to achieve the plans that are in place. And so the plan in this location
But we're
is-
creating we're also doing a structure plan amendment.
Yes, but those are for the administrative amendments.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're looking at changing it to, again, from that commercial core to the mixed use, which is in line with the district plan.
I still am not getting a clear answer as to why, like I understand why administration would like it to be mixed use.
Yep.
But it sounds like the applicant doesn't have any intention to do it. It creates uncertainty with community, and it doesn't give a chance to have another public hearing at a time when we're actually going to be talking about residential in that area. What was the reason to not recommend a commercial general rezoning? Because I understand moving away from the direct controls.
Yep.
What is it that we lose if we were to do a commercial general zone?
Yeah, I mean, we lose an opportunity for a location that is fit for adding residential. There's residential directly across the street, or, backing onto this. And there's a lot of amenities available within walking distance for for residential development. And so, again, in these instances, we really try and look at where does council, where do the plans try and direct us to add more places that are accessible, that can accommodate more density. And this, being a primary corridor, really is a good use for that. And so we look to work with the applicants on, again, achieving both sides of those goals.
But Hudson isn't even fully developed. It's a neighborhood that's been developing for years, decades, and it's one that I talk about a lot with my colleagues around substantial completion. So why are we trying to push redevelopment of a commercial zone when we haven't even fully built out the neighborhood? We literally have subdivisions that haven't been applied for, and they have roads that aren't complete in Hudson.
So, Councillor, we received the application for this site, so we look at it in the context of this site.
But you're looking at it in the context of the overall city plan and
the overall
residential, and so you have to look at it in the context of, is it reality-based to say that residential is being even built in this area and that there's a desire to?
There's a residential abutting the site, and so, and the district's plan say that this is appropriate. It's a mixed use. We want to redevelop this corridor over time, and this land use, mixed use, is appropriate for a primary corridor in this location and accommodates the use that the applicant is looking for.
But a general commercial zone would also accommodate the use that the applicant is looking for. Is that correct?
Councillor, it would, but at a much higher FAR than what's allowed here.
Can you I'm out of time. I'll come back for another round. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Principe, can you take the chair, please?
I'll take the chair.
Thank you. So I think Mr. Ornberg referred to it as a large hammer. Is it, I see it as more, providing more flexibility for use of the site. Would that be a better description of it, or?
I'm sorry, this would help achieve a better outcome for the site.
Okay, and so even though there might not be, thought right now about residential, it does give the opportunity moving forward. I think Councillor Rutherford talked about Hudson not having some of the areas built out, because this then gives other options if we were to look at multifamily homes there as well.
That's correct. And again, going back to the FAR discussion, this allows us more control over the FAR and actually reducing those requirements. So if we went with the general commercial, that allows for a much higher FAR of 3.5. And so in terms of the massing of the site, et cetera, this provides a better outcome in terms of the mixed use development, but also kind of reduces the impact to the existing residential adjoining.
Okay, because otherwise they could get something more that they don't want. And then I am concerned about the traffic on 140th Avenue there. Do we have adequate, I don't know, is it called right-of-way, to widen the roads?
Councillor, 140 Avenue is constructed to a standard collector standard. As far as widening is concerned, it is not needed with this change.
At this
And
time?
Even in future, once we have a collector built to its standard, and the only change that could occur is at the intersection, reconfiguring some lanes, but that is probably to accommodate better pedestrian crossings and things like that, rather than adding more capacity.
Okay, and talking about the congestion of traffic, Councillor Rutherford talked about trying to get onto 127th Street from there. That could also then include traffic lights or...
So, traffic light, again, there are traffic lights already at 133 Street and 137 Avenue. This area does have 140 Avenue that connects to 127 Street to the east as well, which is a signalized intersection as well.
Oh, it is now.
So there is opportunity to disperse the traffic both east and the west. Yes, there are queues because of the fact that both 127 and 137 are high volume corridors. So the priority is given to that corridor during the peak hours. Yes, there are delays here, but not to the point, like we don't really see if this change is happening. One of the consideration is also, are we adding more traffic literally in the peak hour? For a fitness facility, you typically offset that component because either you're going early or coming after the peak hour. So how the site functions is also very much important. This site also has direct access to 137 Avenue in terms of right and right outs, actually two of them. So a lot of opportunities that we see.
So, and right now it's just being considered for the fitness facility, but it could be anything. It could be residential. So at that time, is it at the development permit stage, then the traffic would be reassessed?
Yes, we will have ability if it's a major redevelopment of the site. Administration has ability to ask for a transportation impact assessment at the development permit stage and look into associated improvements, whether they are sidewalks, better crossings, anything of that sort.
Okay, thank you. And just with my last minute, I was just interested in the one slide that you've got that shows, what is it, slide 4, showing the landscape yard around the edges there. Is that depicted at the 1 or the 3 meter width?
I'm sorry, those have been maintained on all sides in their existing form.
Okay, and that will, but because I noticed that like the setbacks and stuff are less.
That's correct. What we've done is administration's worked with the applicant to have an agreement registered on title. So they have agreed to maintain those in order to, again, maintain the character and keep that street site intact.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you very much. I'll take back the chair.
I'll return the chair.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson, I thought was on, but questions were answered. Okay. So seeing no other, we will now go to, second round?
Second round, yes.
Okay.
So I need a motion.
I'll move second round.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. And that is carried. Councillor Rutherford, go ahead, please.
Okay, can you talk about what other permission changes and uses this general zone gives?
Yes, I can. And I think just in terms of those additional permissions, when we talk about rezonings in the future, with the FAR being capped at 0.5, it is in line with the other developments in the area. So if they would like to do significant redevelopment on site and add significant amounts of buildings, they would still have the opportunity to come in for a rezoning to raise that FAR beyond what is existing on site.
It's taken me a long time to understand FAR. I'm can you lay that out a little bit better for the public? When we're talking about
Yeah.
what we're weighing here around FAR, I don't think the general public would understand that.
Absolutely. I don't have a fancy graphic, unfortunately, prepared for that. But essentially, the way FAR, or floor area ratio, works is if you have, I'm just going to take a 100 square meter site. I know that's very tiny, but the math is easy. So if you take a 100 square meter site and you were to build at 1 FAR, that would mean you have 100 square meters of building. So it's the same area as the entire site. But then you have to work within setbacks and height limitations, so that changes the shape of your box, either skinnier and taller or wider and squatter. If you were to do half an FAR at 100, then you're looking at 50. And so you can only have a smaller, narrower, squat building. If you were to have a 100 square meter site and 3 FAR, now you could build 300 square meters, so it could go up 3. So essentially what that's doing is providing an additional regulatory constraint to the kinds of buildings and the amount of floor area that can be leased out, either for residential or commercial development purposes. So more FAR usually means more things can be on site, more floor area for generating traffic, for enabling housing. Smaller, again, less can be developed. So in this case, the existing FAR is 0.35, and the new application is 0.5. If we were to go to that general commercial zone that we were talking about, the FAR for that is actually 3.5. We don't vary that. It's not one of the zones that we have a variable FAR for. In terms of the additional uses beyond the residential that are being added, you're looking at indoor self-storage, indoor participation for recreation services, library, school, special events, cannabis, emergency services, recycling drop-off center, transit center, and urban agricultural.
Okay. I'm contemplating a referral motion. But I'd like to ask some questions of the applicant and those opposed before I do the referral motion.
Okay, thank you. So Councillor Knack, you have questions?
Yeah, sorry, just to double check, because I know you keep referring to the general commercial zone and the maximum FAR of 3.5. There's a residential FAR for that zone, right? That's different than sorry, just remind me, correct?
Yes, there is. I believe it's 2.
Which is, I mean, not, but it's essentially you would still, if we went to a standard commercial zone here, which allows for residential use, you could actually do a substantially greater development
Yes,
than
indeed,
even if you're using the residential component.
Yes.
You would actually do more than what's being proposed, and thereby creating arguably a significantly greaher impact.
And you add other uses such as hotels.
Correct.
Yeah.
Which and that one has different maximum height, right?
Maximum height,
Maximum hotel height is 30 meters, I think, versus
Correct.
the standard 16. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Seeing no other questions. Oh, there you are again. We need another round, please.
I'll move another round.
Do you need another round if it's for the
Oh, this is
new
on new information? Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry, Councillor Rutherford. Go ahead, please. And we'll restart your clock.
Yeah, so I guess to the proponent, you obviously heard my contemplation of a referral motion for more, what I think is a better medium would be a commercial, general commercial zone. Would you have any concerns with the referral motion to a general commercial zone?
I believe the reason we went with the rezone that we're at is based on the planner's recommendations that followed the 137th Street or Avenue corridor plans for the future. I think that we just wanted to redo the zoning that would blanket us, for the future. That was the main intent.
Yeah, no, I understand that intent, and I understand how we got here today. ultimately things come to public hearing because council is the ultimate decider. So it's great that planning gave you that recommendation. But if there's no true intent, because I'm guessing it's the building that you want to turn into a gym is the one that was formerly the YISC?
Correct.
Yeah, so floor area ratio, whether it's commercial or mixed use, it would be consistent. It's just the use you're looking at, right?
Correct.
And so if you were limited, if it was referred back and you were limited to commercial for the time being, knowing that if you ever wanted to build residential, you'd have to come for a future public hearing, just like apparently you'd have to come to a future public hearing if you wanted to change the floor area ratio anyway, would you be okay with that?
I think that it would work as long as we can get the indoor recreational use.
Okay, thank you. And then to the speaker opposed, sort of hearing that a general commercial zone. So we do want to be moving away from direct control zones. That is definitely, as things come up for public hearing, we are trying to go more to general zones. Would you be comfortable if it was referred back with the direction to look at a general commercial zone as opposed to a mixed use?
I mean, I suppose I'd need to, see a lot more of the details in there. I didn't study up on every zone to doing this. I was basically looking at the existing zone versus this MU2. It would help in the sense that I know that a lot of people in the area were placated by being told that it's okay that this rezoning went through because it's really just put a gym in. So I guess maybe getting it the actual rezoning closer to that objective might help people solidify what they're actually interested in being either in support or in favor or opposed to.
Yeah.
Is a lot easier when you're not being told, well, sure, it's rezoning to MU2, but they promise they're not going to do anything with it. So I guess that would be.
Well, and if it's referred back, they would still have to come to a future public hearing, so you'd be able to see the details on that general commercial zone if that was approved today as a referral.
Yeah, that's also fair enough, yeah.
Okay, but I'm only one vote on council, as you know. But you do understand, like, one of the things in this conversation short up today is that generally over time, we do want to see that corridor become more mixed use. Now, do I think that it's timely to do that today as the representative of that area? I don't think so. But does the community have an understanding of that intent over time, or do we need to have more conversations about that?
I mean, I'm a community of one, so I'm probably the wrong person to ask on here, but I was concerned to find out that a lot of the people who may have been opposed to this were not opposed maybe because of not fully grasping what the, again, having been a student of 30 hours of these in the last bit here, learning on here that as soon as the rezoning happens, then the next question just becomes for any individual development, does this correspond with what the raw numbers on this rezoning is? And when the answer has been yes, then the thing has been going through
That's fair.
regardless.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Knack?
Thanks, Councillor Wright. I just want to double check with administration because I just want to confirm. So maybe I should wait for a referral motion to be on the floor before I ask a question. I'll do that.
All right. Another round for Councillor Rutherford?
I'd like to make
the motion? Okay, go ahead.
Clerk, do you have the motion available for me?
Yes.
Thank you. That bylaw 21263 and 21264 be referred back to administration to work with the applicant to propose a general commercial zone for this site and return to a future city council public hearing.
Second.
Did you want to introduce that?
Yes, so as mentioned, I have definitely heard that over time we want to see mixed use in this area. But I think we've had a lot of conversations in this chambers, especially in the last while, about also not going too fast, too far, and bringing people along with us. And so I do think that it is prudent, if there's no true desire, like if there was desire from the applicant to build residential tomorrow, I'd be having a different conversation. But they don't have that interest. It's, like I said, a lot of the area has land that is fully ready to be developed, and in fact, we want to see it developed first before this mixed-use corridor, frankly, because it is preventing the full and complete development of that neighborhood. So I think giving that consistency, it's a win-win. This referral is a win-win situation. The applicant still gets the things that they want, the changes of use. It goes to a more general zone, which is also better than locking it into a DC. And it gives that certainty to the community that if there is residential intent in the future, that they'll have another opportunity to come to a future public hearing. So that's the intent of the referral motion. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions from my colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Knack?
Thanks. So I want to pick up on that last particular statement because that's what I'm worried about. So if this comes, let's assume this passes. Let's assume this comes forward as a general commercial zoning and is approved. The way I understand the zone, if you want to build residential under the general commercial zone, you do not need to come back for a rezoning application.
That is correct.
And the general commercial zone allows for a higher scale use of residential than the proposed zone that's before us today.
7 times higher intensity in terms of floor area.
So if, because I've heard the speaker who's had concerns, I've heard the word councillor, but I just worry this actually does the exact opposite. And if we approve this in a referral motion, we're actually creating a much larger scale development, which I've heard concerns of from this. So that's how I interpret that. Is that?
That's correct, Councillor. The CG zone is more intense in terms of its commercial uses, it's the residential uses, the height, the scale. So the MU zone is a lower intense use and better aligns with the corridor redevelopment that we anticipate for 137.
And then under the MU zone, if you wanted to then do a modifier outside of what's proposed, that actually would then trigger the public hearing requirement where people could say, if I wanted to do a higher amount, you would still have to come and justify that.
That's correct. If they want to go above the 0.5 FAR, they would have to come back to adjust that modifier through a rezoning process.
Okay. So I'm just going to maybe look to the mover because I hear everything you said. I'm worried that we're actually potentially going down a path where it's a higher use and impact for the residents. And so I just wanted to maybe get your take on what we just heard because I want to give deference to the ward councillor, but I've heard your concerns and I'm not sure this gets us where we need to be.
Yeah, I think I'd have to ask some questions of administration, but my understanding is the 7 times higher is specific to hotels. Is that correct? It's not residential.
That's the height, that's not the intensity. So the FAR, the floor area ratio, is 7 times more at 3.5 as opposed to 0.5.
Yeah.
The reason that this was done was, again, to limit the impacts more while still being able to move closer to the city plan goals and the district plan goals of meeting the primary corridor while minimizing the impacts to adjacent properties.
Yeah, I understand. I understand how the mixed use. No, I'm answering you.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah. So I understand where you're coming from. I don't think, as we've been in this chambers, we know that things can be complex and often there's no great best answer forward. I still truly believe that the floor area ratio at a higher scale for commercial is the better path from what I understand from the residents that I serve than the residential. And again, like I said, there's a few other factors, but you know, I understand what other councillors may be grappling with in this decision.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
And that's all, Councillor Knack? All right. Oh, and Councillor Stevenson has questions?
Yeah, no, appreciating this. Again, I just want to understand and I think it was just said, so I apologize, but just for absolute clarity, what's the residential intensity in the commercial zone?
2.0.
And in the MU?
0.5.
Okay. And so again, to the mover again here, like absolutely following the logic and appreciate it. Again, if it seems like the concern is around the residential, the MU is still the lower intensity impact.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that might be a question that you might want to pose to the speaker opposed.
Yeah, that's a great suggestion. So, Mr. Orenberg, just, I think you're hearing your representative really wanting to respond to the community needs. Really respect that. I think what we're seeing is we maybe don't have the exact right tool for that, and that MU, compared to some of the other options, is actually potentially meeting what the community is looking for, or at least reducing the potential impact of an alternative. Just your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, if I'm being asked to compare whether I want a gym with the possibility of another condominium versus a 20-story hotel, then yeah, I'm preferring the former. I mean,
Okay.
I came here to oppose the rezoning to MU2. That's really what I have the toolkit at my disposal to speak of on here. I'm
Yeah.
not.
You and us both. We're also learning the nuances, and this is why this dialogue is really important. And you see us sort of getting some of that information in real time as well. But appreciate that in terms of comparing the trade-offs between different ways forward at this point. So thank you for being here and sharing that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rutherford, second round of questions of, no, we're on the motion. Or are you speaking? Okay, questions? Go ahead.
Yeah, so I guess to administration with the motion that's on the floor, it says to a general commercial zone. Are there any commercial zones that would not allow residential?
Sorry, that both the CN and the CG both do. I was just going to look up the FAR in terms of the residential for neighborhood commercial. Just give me 1 second.
But both the neighborhood commercial and the CG allow residential. The answer to your question is yes, that the residential is permitted in both.
It is permitted, so no matter what commercial it would be referred back to, there's no way to, there's no commercial zone that just is straight commercial.
There's business commercial, but reminder that this is a primary corridor. We are looking for this corridor to redevelop over time. There is residential that abuts the site to the east, and there is also residential to the northeast of the site. Residential is something that we want to see in this corridor over time.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, with that if there's unanimous consent, I'll withdraw my motion.
Seems to be unanimous consent. All right. So with that, did you want to put a motion on or close the public hearing on the item?
I can close the public hearing, but I don't want to put first reading on.
Okay.
So I'll move closure of the public hearing.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. And that is carried. You didn't want to close, okay.
No.
That was a yes. My mouse probably skipped.
Can we recall the vote, please?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
That's not happened to me before. I guess I was too close to the edge.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote, please. That looks better. That is carried.
Councillor Wright, I can move first reading of items 3.32 and 3.33.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Anyone to speak? Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I won't be supporting this bylaw today, and I want to talk about why, because I absolutely love, in general, the mixed-use zone. I even said if there was residential imminent, I'd be having a different conversation. But I think we'd also have a little bit more clarity about what the intent is. We're giving a large area a huge amount of different permissions than it currently has. I don't understand why, we are doing this push to these broad general zones. I feel like I've been burnt on them a couple times already with not necessarily thinking about the uses and then those use classes changing in a way that has allowed things that I would have never intended or my residents would have wanted to have a say in. So I'm very leery of such a swing from a direct control to the mixed use zone. In this case, it's opening up a lot more uses. I think the traffic is a very valid concern, regardless of whether it's commercial or residential. I think this is where I really struggle a lot of times with the zone by zone decisions we have to make when we know that the traffic needs to be looked at more holistically. The residents are on the nose. 127th Street is already congested, and it has zero room to expand. Zero, without significant cost to the municipality to do land acquisition to expand that road. Same with 140th Ave, and 140th Ave dead ends. Also, like I said, and having traffic go directed to 140th instead of 137th is consistently happening with a lot of the commercial zones that are currently in that area. So I can't have no line of sight, give this level of permission, and understand that it'll be done at the DP zone, the development permit zone, or stage. But as a councillor, you can't direct administration at that point. The community can't do anything. So it is really about, kind of giving a bit of a carte blanche, even though that's not the intent. So I think we need to be really careful about how we're pushing the applicants. I would have liked to have seen, I think, as unideal as it is, I think with the conversations we've had, some of the challenges we've had around these broad sweeps to general zones, I would have actually probably preferred in this case an amendment to the DC. And yes, you would have gotten questions from council about why we still have a DC, but I don't think any of the general zones have necessarily met the intent of the applicant or given comfort to the community in this case. And so that is probably what I would have liked to see, but I didn't also want to hold up this or amend to a DC direction. I do want to talk about the piece around substantial completion for a second, because I know that development happens where development happens, but the more permissions we're giving for residential in areas such as along the 137th Street corridor, when the neighborhood itself is not built, we have people that are holding land in Hudson, not developing it, and so therefore, because it is not being developed, roads and public infrastructure in that neighborhood have not been fully completed. That is a problem. And I don't know how we address that. I don't know, again, on a zone-by-zone places, yes, mixed use makes sense here in terms of what our plan is for the future. But when you look holistically at the community, where do we want to push growth? Where do we want to push development in Hudson? I want to see the community filled out first before we're redeveloping. You know, this neighborhood's been developing. Bill just did a thing that when a community's built out, it saves so much money. Well, this is the problem. We have so many communities that are only partially built out. So that's for all of those reasons, I won't be supporting this today. I understand it's a tough situation like many were facing, but I do think we need to really consider when a general zone may not be the best tool within the context of some of the conversations we're having around land use right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Knack to close.
Thanks. Yeah, and you know, I actually really appreciate the conversation, appreciate the perspective from the ward councillor on this and some of the nuance, and that's always the, you know, because from a high level, if you're thinking about, okay, where do we want to have mixed-use development, it's along arterial roads. That's, I mean, if we didn't ever think about nuance, you would just say, yeah, every arterial road, that's where we want to have commercial, residential. It's a logical piece. And so I appreciate hearing about some of the challenges in some of the other pockets of the community and how that development hasn't occurred. For me, I'm comfortable with this change because we do need to shift away from the direct controls, especially on major corridors like this. That is also a really imperfect tool and a really restrictive tool, as we're finding right now. You know, it's not good to have an empty, large building on a major corridor. That doesn't add to vibrancy. That challenges. And so if there's a way to activate that, that's great. I think when we were comparing the different zones, the mixed use goes a little bit to the concern we heard from our speaker about this is the lowest, sort of one of the lowest intensity uses versus a commercial only, the commercial zoning. So like from comparing those two, I think this is the right approach. Arguably, you might have actually, I mean, administration didn't bring this forward, but there might have even been a case for a larger intensity use on this road for the long-term vision of this area. But hearing the concerns, I think the lower intensity one's the right way to go to activate that space. And then the other piece, and you know, it's always tough because you can never really make too many assumptions, although I think it's safe to say in a lot of these areas where you have major commercial tenants, the likelihood of those transforming overnight is very limited. Most of these commercial tenants are signing, you know, long leases. You know, I don't envision the Staples or the Old Navy or these types of spots are looking to leave anytime soon. So I don't foresee a situation where even by approving this that we suddenly start seeing residential even in the next decade or two, considering some of the other factors. So that's why I'm comfortable going with the lower intensity mixed use zone versus a general commercial zone, or just modifying the direct control zone, which as we're seeing is creating too many restrictions even for something in a location like this. So I'll support it. Thank you. But I appreciate, just really do appreciate the ward councillor's perspective and how they're representing the folks who have been here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Councillor Wright, I can move second reading of item 3.32 and 3.33.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Councillor Wright, I can move consideration of third reading on items 3.32 and 3.33.
Second.
Please vote. That was for consideration of third reading.
Thank you.
Is that what I don't know what I said. Sorry.
Thank you.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Councillor Wright, I can move third reading of bylaw 21263 and 21264.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. And that is carried. All right, now we will move on to item 3.9 and 310. Everyone's in place, it looks like. Ready for the presentation. Thank you.
Good morning. This application proposes to rezone approximately 62 hectares of land in the Ellerslie Industrial Neighborhood, primarily to allow for the development of the new Southeast Edmonton Transit Garage. Through public engagement, no responses were received. Next slide, please. The site is currently undeveloped and is located at the corner of 25th Avenue and 91st Street Southwest, south of Ellerslie Parsons District Node and Ellerslie Road, which is a secondary corridor. It is adjacent to an existing shared use path network and local bus route on 91st Street, providing strong connections to the surrounding area, including the district node and secondary corridor. Next slide, please. The primary purpose of the application is to allow for the development of the new transit garage under the proposed public utility zone. The current direct control zone was intended to accommodate a NATE industrial education facility. However, this plan has since been abandoned, and in 2022, a strategy which involved the construction of a new transit facility was approved by council, and the land has since been acquired by the city. The remaining proposed zones will accommodate a new stormwater management facility in the northwest corner, the conservation of an existing tree stand, and industrial businesses and developments. Next slide, please. The Ellerslie Area Structure Plan generally calls for a focus on high-quality industrial uses in this area, while limiting retail and commercial activity to only what is necessary for the industries and workers of the area. The ASP is proposed to be amended primarily to recognize the shift from land being used for an industrial education facility to urban service for the transit garage. There's also a reconfiguration of the stormwater facility designation and redesignation of the school park site to the more apt natural area designation for the tree stand. Most of the remaining developable land will remain intended for the continued growth of industrial developments and businesses in the neighborhood. Next slide, please. This application supports the city plan's intention to promote continuous improvement, evolution, and intensification of Edmonton's non-residential lands, and supports 3 big city moves: a community of communities, greener as we grow, and catalyze and converge. Next slide, please. Administration supports the application because it contributes to the 3 big city moves in the city plan. It is compatible with the surrounding existing and planned land uses, and it aligns with the city plan's policies to promote continuous improvement and intensification of Edmonton's non-residential lands. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we will hear from speakers in favor. I'll just double check that they are around. Pascal Ladouceur, City of Edmonton, online.
I am here.
Perfect. And Susan, is it Minier? Minier?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm here.
All right, thank you. And Jennifer Van Popta, coming down the stairs, and Neil O'Saduk, also City of Edmonton in person. Okay, Pascal, why don't we start? Oh, you're all only for answer questions only. Okay. So anybody with questions? Councillor Tang, go ahead.
Great, thank you very much. Yes, I think this is a really important rezoning for some of our public transportation plans. I want to focus on my questions around the school designation and some of the traffic pieces. First of all, so this is a total of 62 hectares. And I just, looking at the table on page 7, all those hectares make up the entire ASP. Is that correct?
They don't make up the entire ASP, they make up the entire amendment area.
Okay, because there's a lot more hectare here than what we just heard in the presentation. Can you just clarify that?
Yeah, so the total area is 62 hectares. About a third of that is allocated for the transit garage project.
Oh, I see. You're just taking the difference. Got it. Actually,
yes.
Okay, got it. So 22 is garage, and then the rest of it is for all those various uses. For that school designation, when you designate for something like a post-secondary, there's no way you can transfer that designation to, say, a K-9 or a high school, for example.
No, the current land use identified in the area structure plan is very specific, that it's for a NATE campus. It's very specific. And then the DC1 that's currently in place for the zoning is also very specific to that. So in order to do anything else with those lands, we have to rezone them.
Okay. Has there ever been any contemplation of, given that this is actually quite a large area, the transit center is only for 22, even the tree stand, it's a pretty small portion of that. I'm looking at sort of the industrial portion. Has there been any contemplation for, say, a school site?
So given these lands were acquired for a specific municipal use, when we looked to surplus the balance of the land, we did do an internal circulation throughout the corporation, and no other uses were identified for that. So that includes, circulating that to open space and whatnot. So no other use has been identified.
But internally to the city, what about with the school boards?
No, we didn't have any conversations with them about this land.
Okay. So would this land be on their radar, I think is one of my questions.
No, it wouldn't be. Their lands are more focused on district parks and whatnot, land that's allocated through reserve designation.
Okay. And then the other question on page 8 of the planning report, around the mobility piece, can you just speak to, as part of the rezoning and as part of some of these projects, what will the city do to improve? Because it's identified that, congestion and the growth pressure is putting a lot of challenges around this part. Are you going to be responsible for some of those 3 phases?
Yep. So with our work within the first phase that we're moving ahead with is the transit garage work, and we'll have our land development piece that goes along with that. But with that first phase, we are required to upgrade the intersections at Ellerslie Road and 91st Street, Ellerslie Road and Parsons Road, and then on 91st Street and 101 Street, where the transit garage will have access to those roads. And then we're also working with an adjacent landowner to upgrade 101 Street. And then in the future, way down the road, with our last phase, we would probably be looking to construct 25th Avenue.
What is your timeline for those 3 phases? Do you, assuming this moves ahead?
So rezoning, if our plan amendment happens and the rezoning is approved today, our projects are moving ahead. We'll be out there starting construction next year.
So phase 1 would be done by alongside with the garage?
Yep. So we'll be doing that. We'll be starting that work right now. This rezoning is the first step of that work. And then the subsequent stages would advance based on market conditions. And we're also in negotiations with the province on some land that they currently own, where 25th Ave would go.
Okay. Last one quickly. Do you have a sense for this garage, how many buses it could hold?
I think that would be a question for Pascal or Susan.
Yeah, Councillor Tang, the project is looking at up to 430 buses in the garage.
It's a lot of buses. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Wright, thank you so much for starting the proceedings and chairing the meeting. So these were the questions to the proponent. Now, are there any questions to? There's no one in opposition. Any questions to administration? Councillor Tang, go ahead, please.
Yes, great. Thank you. I think this is a really actually critical milestone for the transit garage project. So I do absolutely see, from a use perspective, this is really important. I am, one around the school piece. Can you talk a little bit about the appropriateness of, because previously it was designated as school site. So there's obviously a potential for education purposes. It's redesignating because that project is no longer moving forward. But would it be appropriate to look at some of the site for potential use down the road for schools?
Councillor, I think it's important to remember that the previous designation was for an industrial education facility, so this is more of a NATE kind of complex where they'd probably be doing industrial activities and training people in industrial activities. So I think it's a very different sort of educational aspect than, a typical grade school or that kind of thing.
I guess I'm thinking Wagner, for example. It's not in the residential area. It's not far, and it's also in like an industrial area as well. It's a fairly large footprint because it's a high school. I'm asking this because, there is a severe lack of a shortage of schools in Edmonton, but particularly in this part. So I guess, would it be far-fetched to propose something like that?
I think it would have to be studied very carefully. That there is the Wagner example, but in general, this is meant to be a pretty intense industrial area. So even the direct control zone and the Ellerslie Special Area Industrial Zones are meant to be very industrial focused to the point where they actually exclude a lot of commercial uses. So we'd have to look very carefully to see if that could be compatible there.
Okay.
Councillor Tang, I
Yeah.
might just jump in. So the ASP also spoke specifically to the use not only for an industrial school but for NAIT. So that's a private, it's almost like a private to private, even though NAIT is a public institution. It's not the Edmonton Public School Board, it's not the Catholic School Board. So that land exchange is
Cannot
different.
happen, yeah.
And then through the circulation, I might just ask Andrew to speak to circulating to the school boards through this application.
This application was not circulated to the school boards. The school lands that they have is quite a distance away, so there's criteria that we have for when we would circulate to them, and we did not in this case.
Do you think there's potential in the surrounding area for something?
Well, there's the Orchard is at Ellerslie NSP area to the east,
Yeah.
which has some designated school sites in
For
it.
K-9, I'm thinking more of something of a larger footprint for high school.
So through the ASP, and when the ASP was created, the school boards would have identified the needs at that time, and so MR is already allocated in the ASP.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I'm aware of that one. It's not necessarily the one I'm thinking of. Just signal to my colleagues, I am thinking of a subsequent motion to provide some directions, not to the zone that's being amended here, but for some other exploratory work. And the second piece is around the three phases for the traffic. Can you speak to how this will coincide? Because I'm aware of two other pieces of work that we have already direct administration on some of the key arterial road that needs upgrading to alleviate the pressure there. I guess I'm trying to understand the timeline. How does this work align with those timelines? Because I mean, 430 buses is a lot, never mind other traffic that it might draw. Some of the arterial roads here is quite intense already. Can you just speak to that broader question of alignment?
So I believe the two motions or the project that you're referring to is, one is the M&A related work that is looking at the arterial priorities.
Sorry, can you just spell out the acronym, please?
Mobility network assessment. And the other motion was at the last public hearing where Parsons Road was part of the motion to be looked at through unfunded capital project. In addition to that, so how does that fit into this? This being more imminent, as you already heard from the applicant, these improvements that are highlighted as phase one are considered as staging and phasing of the longer term, larger scale improvements. These are very targeted improvements at the intersections, in addition to 101 Street, as already mentioned, being upgraded to a collector that will serve both the transit garage and the future development in this area to the south. So that's how they are tied, and this seems to be the very logical sequence.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. I don't see any other questions to administration. I'll ask if there are questions to administration, and the proponent as well, on any new information arising out of previous conversation. Okay, I don't. Oh, new information? Okay, Councillor Tang, go ahead.
Yeah, great, thank you. Thoughts about, so I guess I want this. Like, I think this is important. We need to move forward with some of our public transportation plan. But I'm also wondering what can we do to achieve a few other pieces as well. And I think the arterial road, I got enough answers there to know that there's some alignment there. I am wondering about the education institution piece, and can we do some exploratory work there? If not on this site, do you see opportunities? This is for the proponent. Or can I ask, I'm not sure, I'm not sure who it is.
I can answer.
Okay, thank you.
So, yeah, I would advise against doing anything for what we're proposing today. That would have impacts to the projects that are underway right now.
For sure.
We do own large portions of land directly south of this area as well. So I think we own 32 hectares of land directly south of this, so very large portions. Those are both also slated for industrial uses. If we wanted to explore what the impacts of, say, reallocating some of that land for park and school zones or uses, we could take that away and come back with a report on that. I wouldn't recommend telling us to go and do that rezoning plan amendment now. We'd come back with a report that
To
explains
explore,
the impacts of that.
And obviously, we want to prioritize industrial use and kind of what you're proposing in here as well, because we have.
Yeah, there's changing this from a proposed industrial use to school and park sites does come with a lot of complications. It does go against our industrial action plan and the idea of increasing our non-residential tax base, addressing the fiscal gap, all of those things. There's also complications with normally when we're allocating school sites for schools, that's on reserve land that is dedicated through subdivisions from development. In this case, it would be land that's, we own, we've paid for, we've got other uses planned for. So that comes with complications. And then there's been some recent bills that have been passed by the province that also further complicate or are things that we definitely want to consider the impacts of when we're allocating land for schools.
Such as?
Some of the, like Bill 51, for
Okay.
instance, that one, when a school site is announced, the school and associated park sites transfer to the province.
Okay. Still
Working out exactly what that means for the city, but it is something that would weigh into a consideration about what we would bring back in a report.
Okay. So not touching the amended area here then, so potentially looking at some of the other opportunities won't necessarily jeopardize our goal for that non-residential development.
Yeah, that's correct. So
Okay.
if we're leaving everything that we're doing today as is, then none of our projects will be delayed and we can bring back a report and that has no impact on anything we're doing and still could potentially set aside land that is readily available and city-owned.
Got it. And then for the industrial portions of this site, 30-something acres, it is intensive. Can you give me some examples of the types of developments it could be?
In the Ellerslie
Sorry, in this particular parcel,
Yeah,
adjacent to the garage, future garage.
Oh, in the garage project? Oh, I will leave that.
Because there's 22 for the garage and then
Yeah.
30-something for industrial. I'm just wondering if you can give some examples.
On the industrial portions? Oh, yeah. So the Ellerslie specific land use and zoning, it really does make it so you can't develop large-scale commercial developments in that. That's one of the big pieces of it, but then it also has a higher quality, a note of having a higher quality industrial development with a technology focus.
Okay, because I was wondering if there's contemplation of a bit of a industrial hub, like similar to some of the other parts of the city, like the research park is what I'm thinking.
There are connections
That's
in the
sector
plan.
specific.
Yeah, there are connections in the plan that it's kind of supposed to align and work with those areas, but how that actually plays out, yet to be determined.
Okay, great, thank you. If there's no further, Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to close the public hearing on this.
Okay. All right, thank you so much. Are there any other questions on new information? Seeing none, we're ready to close the public hearing. Councillor Tang?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move first reading of this bylaw.
Second.
We have first reading on the floor. Anyone to speak? Councillor Tang to close.
Yeah, thank you for all the work on this. I think, you know, the rezoning is important, and I think it helps to move forward on a number of cities, city plan, public transportation, mass transit, et cetera, our goals. And I know this is a really critical crunch point for us to increase our inventory of buses to add more service to the network. So I completely support this. I think the two issues that I have brought up has been raised with me from residents for the last 4 years, and I've only seen some of those issues get even more severe over time. I would like us to be a bit more proactive with some of the school designations. And so I think initially when I read the loss of school designation, that raised some alarm for me, but I understand it's very specific and it's not really appropriate for other type of non-post-secondary industrial use. You know, some of the conversations I've had with school boards too is, if you find the land, we'll do something with it. Well, I would like us to be a bit more proactive about this, and that's why I am going to table the subsequent motion afterwards too for some of that exploratory work. And then the other piece is around the arterial road. I think I have not been shy about voicing how important Parsons Road has been, and it actually just gets worse every day with the amount of growth we're seeing on the in the southeast. So I think if we can kind of accomplish some of the intersection work here, and jointly with some of the other pieces of work, which I know will take resource, and that will be a conversation down the road as well. But I think this will set us well for some of that future widening work potentially. So just want to appreciate the work and openness for exploring some of the things that I would like us to explore. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Second reading, please.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Consideration of third reading, please.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move the final reading of bylaws 21293 and bylaw 21294.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mr. Mayor, I think we can deal the subsequent fairly quickly.
Can we not get through the agenda? Because that's what we did last time.
Okay,
Let's-
I was
let's go.
advised I can move the motion after 3 readings.
Mayor, clerk would prefer the motion go under the item and
Okay,
be dealt
go
with
ahead.
after.
Thank you. I will move that administration undertake a review of the opportunities and impacts of repurposing city-owned lands located at 2711 101 Street Southwest, NW 165124-4, and at 9460 41st Avenue Southwest, Plan 3186TR Lot D, from the currently planned industrial uses into potential locations for school and associated park site development, and provide a report back to committee due date Q2 2026.
Second.
We have a second. Can you make the introduction, please, quickly?
So just following on some of the comments I've already made related to this item. So these sites are not, they're just adjacent to the amended site that we just talked about. And so this kind of starts the exploratory conversation and doesn't infringe upon our overall goal for industrial and non-residential development, and still potentially can get some answers and put these sites on the radar for the school boards to address a very pressing issue around school shortage, especially in this part of the city. Thank you.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Next items are 318, 319, 320, Bylaw 21279, Bylaw 21280, and 21281, selected by Councillor Knack. Okay, there's no Dan Tuber to answer questions only. Chaniki Group, and no one is in opposition. Do you need a presentation, Councillor
I
Knack?
do not, no.
Not a presentation? And do you have any, sorry,
Oh, sorry, just on this one, just because of the complexities, if administration, if council could let us do a presentation, I think would be a benefit.
I would love a presentation,
okay.
Mayor Sohi.
Okay.
Thank you. This application proposes a rezoning to the neighborhood of Secord from the neighborhood commercial or CN zone to the small medium scale transition residential zone or RSM with a height restriction of 12 meters. To facilitate the proposed rezoning, amendments are also proposed to the Lewis Farms Area Structure Plan or ASP and the Secord Neighborhood Structure Plan or NSP. Next slide, please. The site is located at the northwestern corner of Secord, near the edge of the city. It's surrounded on two sides by undeveloped land, which is planned for a mixture of small-scale multi-unit housing and commercial development. To the north of the site is Highway 16A and Winterburn Industrial. To the west of the site is 231st Street Northwest and a soccer complex operated by Edmonton Minor Soccer Association. Further to the west within Parkland County is the reclaimed Jehola landfill and the active Northlands landfill, from which a variance in setbacks has been approved. Additional amenities nearby include the Davis Thomas King K-9 school to the southwest and developing commercial along 97th Avenue. Next slide, please. Administration reached out using a broadened engagement approach for this application. This approach included a mailed notice, site signage, information on the city's webpage, and one-on-one communication with residents. The applicant also conducted their own information session with members of the Secord Community League in July of 2025. As of September 12th, administration has heard from 28 people, all of which were in opposition. Key concerns included the loss of commercial and essential services, the capacity of neighborhood roads and utilities to handle the additional residential density, safety of the existing Highway 16A and 231 Street intersection, a lack of capacity at nearby schools, and the existing density being undesirable. Next slide, please. Some of the key differences between the current CN zone and the proposed RSM H12 zone include a shift from primarily commercial use to a primarily residential use, a removal of the maximum FAR of 2, replacing it with a minimum density of 45 units per hectare, increased front and rear setbacks, and there remains an opportunity for limited commercial uses on site. If approved, approximately 63 units of housing are anticipated to be built. Next slide, please. The site is within the standard setback for active landfills from the Northlands landfill. Typically, development regulations established by the Government of Alberta exist to limit and regulate the type of land uses near landfills. Specifically, development permits are not permitted to be issued for residential uses, for schools, or for hospitals within 450 meters of an active landfill without further study and a variance request. As part of this application, City Administration reviewed a variance request to consider environmental risks of the Northland landfill on the proposed residential uses. After review, the analysis determined the setback variance was acceptable. Next slide, please. The amendment to the Secord NSP proposes to change the site's land use classification from business or commercial business to medium-density residential to support this rezoning. The land designation allows for a range of small-scale housing. This continues to align by locating houses near amenities where future residents can meet their daily needs and by providing a broader range of housing in the neighborhood. Additional administrative amendments are also included. Next slide, please. Administration recommends supporting the application because it supports growth in an existing approved neighborhood and aligns with the planning objectives and intentions of the Secord NSP and the Lewis Farms ASP. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will see if Dan Tuber is joining us to answer questions only. Okay, all right. Anyone has questions to Dan Tuber? Nope. Questions to administration? Councillor Knack?
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. So, one of the big one that really jumps out at me is the school piece. So I wanted to dig in and get a sense of it, because we circulate this to the school boards, do we not?
Yes, we do.
Because David Thomas King School is maxed out to the point where actually if you live in Secord, you still have to be part of the lottery to get into school. You are not guaranteed access to your neighborhood school if you live in Secord anymore, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, and they're currently using portables to support an additional 200 students more than the previous capacity, correct?
I'm unfamiliar with the specific way that they're accommodating the additional students. Apologies.
Since I can only ask questions, I asked that in the form of a question. So
I have nothing to contradict that information, Councillor.
So how do we balance? Because that's actually probably my biggest concern here. Is that I love the housing idea. I love actually what the applicant's hoping to do here. I think this would actually attract a lot of families. And now it would attract families that are within about a 5-minute walk and not actually guaranteed to attend their local school. And therefore would then be on a bus for probably 45 minutes to an hour. And so I'm worried about that. How do we weigh that? Or is that for us to weigh in our land use public hearing question? So I'll look to Min and then maybe Mr. Johnson.
The way I was going to approach that answer, Councillor, is that we're really looking at providing the land for the schools. In terms of accommodating the specifics, we provide that information to the school boards when we're doing the neighborhood plan, and then they actually allocate the resources based on those. And so in terms of how do we accommodate how those shifts are happening, we take the maximum amount of municipal reserve that we can, and we allocate the schools that are requested by the province or by the school boards for those. Beyond that, it really is outside of our control. I don't know if Councillor.
Yeah, I guess, Mr. Johnson, I don't know how much I can consider. That was a common piece of feedback we received both in the written report and I received a lot of emails on this. We're essentially adding more people to a situation where they can't access their local school. And I'm curious how much weight I should be giving that from a land use perspective.
Council, that's a legitimate land use consideration, whether we can accommodate the families and the ultimate users of this land. The only other commentary I think I'd add is that you also have to balance out the weight of this council is the body that directs land use and growth in the city. And the school board should then also be in a position where they'll need to respond to that. So it is a bit of a chicken and egg, but it's a valid consideration of whether future occupants of these lands could be schooled in the area.
Because realistically, and maybe I'm going back to Min here, is that we have the Catholic school that's there, but that's not going to solve this problem because and it's a great problem to have. It's a very well-populated community, lots of people living here, incredibly densely populated, but the two schools that are within the NSP are essentially at capacity or over capacity, not able to sustain more. Rosenthal, which is approved by the provincial government, I believe. I don't know if building has been approved yet, but essentially the design for sure has. Residents in Rosenthal, the similarly populated communities, running into the exact same issue. So when those schools are open, that's not going to create an ability for Secord residents to go to the neighboring community because Rosenthal will run into the same issue. So realistically, they would continue to go where the school is, where they have been, which has often been La Pearl, which is, again, about a 45 minutes to an hour-long bus ride away for that. Is that is that a reasonable explanation or thought process of analyzing this? Because I'm just thinking, I don't see a scenario where enough schools are built to actually be able to meet the demand in either residential community and the neighboring ones.
With this particular change in land use, again, through circulation to the school boards, this wasn't seen as something that was going to be a particular challenge. There were no responses received.
Yeah.
There was no comments received back saying that there was a significant problem or challenge with this.
Yeah,
And again, with the relatively small size of the land use change, we feel comfortable recommending support on this.
Yeah, and so I guess the question one of the main questions I'm left grappling with is, are we okay with adding more families to a space where they actually can't access a local amenity, a pretty critical local amenity? And so, okay, I'm going to think more about that because I'm out of time. I have some questions about traffic. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I totally understand Councillor Knack's concerns with the lottery system by the schools, but you said you didn't receive any responses from the school board, so they didn't come back and say, don't do it, we can't take any more kids?
They did not.
Okay, so neutral on the fact. And is it their responsibility then to actually construct the schools in the new and developing areas?
Sorry, the city provides, again, the municipal reserve or the land area that's there to accommodate the schools that are being requested or that's being planned for the area. The province then looks to design and fund the building and construction of those schools in their order of priority. So how they deal with that is different than how we provide the land. We provide the land up front, ensure it's there, ensure it's in good locations. Just kind of going to that point of who gets there first, or are there families that may not be served? I would say that when you're in a more developing neighborhood, there's often the case where we have families, where we have housing prior to those schools being built. So it's not out of the ordinary to be in a situation like that.
And the school board then has to, in order to build new schools in those new and developing neighborhoods, has to then get the funding from the province to actually build them.
That's correct.
And I don't know if there's any that have been designated with the new school construction that was announced, if there's any designated for these areas, for priority in the first couple of years.
I'm sorry, I don't have that one in front of me.
No, okay.
Apologies,
Councillor,
Councillor
just
Wright.
to add for that one, the Rosenthal School, K-6 is on the accelerator list.
Wasn't that the one, though, there's soil problems?
There's a Glen Ridding one, and it may be this one as well.
Okay, so that's even further impacting the school. Okay, because I think that was going to take a couple of years to resolve. Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have.
Can you move the second round?
And I'll move a second round.
Second.
Please vote.
Councillor Paquette, are you sure that's how you want to vote? We'll just mark Councillor Tang absent for this vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Knack.
I'll remember that. Mr. Saeed, our favorite intersection, 231st Street, Highway 16. And now this is frankly a problem regardless of which zone we use, but I just want to check, regardless of the zone we use, are there any requirements to address that? Because we still have, even with the changes by Parkland County further to the west, that intersection is still queuing up on the shoulder during the PM rush hour. So you have vehicles traveling by at 100 kilometers an hour going west. Or I think we changed our speed limit to 80 to match theirs at that location, but you still have vehicles queuing up on the highway. So what triggers or what are we doing at that intersection to address that safety issue?
So as you already mentioned, there's a lot of left-turning vehicles going west to south. I think, yes, in 2024, speed limit got changed to 80K in conjunction with the signalization in Parkland County. That does provide some opportunity to get some gaps as vehicles are turning left. Looking at the bigger picture, this intersection, why this intersection is so busy, it is because of capacity constraints along 215th Street. And the solution we brought forward at the last public hearing was to look at some improvements along 215th Street in order to add that capacity and take care. So from network perspective, our understanding is that with that solution on table and very much on the horizon, this intersection eventually will have a lesser demand. Then eventually, enforcement is another part. If it is ATK and this is a provincial roadway, it's not under city's jurisdiction. That's another aspect. But I would rely more on the solutions that we have within our control, and that is 215th Street.
So correct. So we don't control that intersection? That is provincial jurisdiction?
It is under Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors.
How did we get the turning bay and the opening then? Because I thought we did that.
We did that, and if an improvement is triggered by adjacent land development, then Alberta Transportation reviews that information and approves it for improvements at their road right-of-way.
How, okay, that's, so if we needed to signalize that intersection similar to, or if that intersection needed to be signalized by someone, similar to what Parkland County did for the two further to the west, that would actually have to come from the provincial government to do that?
That will require their approval.
Okay.
And funding-wise, I'm not sure if they would be open to fund that, because typically if a need is arising because of the adjacent development, they typically ask municipalities to bear that cost.
Okay. I guess the main question I have, independent of which zone is approved today, is we have people that are queuing on a highway, and that is now in the shoulder, that is creating a very unsafe situation that has now been going on for a while. We said we would wait to see how the Parkland County traffic signals worked to help inform if additional work needs to happen. It is evident at this point that has not resolved the issue because the queuing on the highway still exists. I have numerous videos even in the last few weeks that continue to show that. So what's the next step to fix that particular safety issue? Because I don't think even addressing 215th is going to solve this with the sports fields that are at on the other side of the city limits on 231st Street, because that drives a lot of that traffic, in particular during certain times of year. We're just trying to figure out what's the next step to make sure we don't have folks queuing on a highway in the shoulder.
So it boils down to the demand, and if we are able to manage that demand by giving additional options along 215th Street, that is pretty much the solution we have at this time. As far as safety is concerned, we can look into signalizing this intersection, but that will require approval from Alberta Transportation. Functionality of this is, and this is classified as a freeway, so they will have say in whether they would like to accommodate that request or not.
Correct. Okay. Well, maybe we need to follow up offline on that, independent of this. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I was thinking somebody would ask a question about this, but I think for my own decision-making purposes, I need to ask about the considerations around the landfill piece. Because when I saw the thing, it is within the 450 meters of the active landfill. And I guess I don't understand fully why we would still be okay with building within that.
Thanks for the question, Councillor. If the clerks could pull up slide 5, please. Perfect. Thank you so much. So you can see there's 3 delineated lines. There's the active or standard landfill line and the reclaimed line, and then in the middle you see the approved variance. So essentially what happens is if they would like to be outside of what is the standard practice, which is the default line that we come to. They have to apply for a variance, which we then review. And if that's approved, then they are permitted to build within that. I can give you to Jatinder if you'd like some more.
Well, I guess
terms
I
of-
just, yeah, like, so it seems weird because we're saying, okay, we as an administration approve a variance that will influence a decision at council for public hearing, but I don't understand what factors went into making that issuance of the variance.
Councillor Jatinder Tivana here. Clerks, if you could pull up slide number 9. So, Councillor, the biggest risk from landfill is firstly the kind of materials that are being dumped over there, and second is the direction of flow of underground water. City of Edmonton, the area adjacent to it, we don't have water wells. And on slide 9, the slide being presented, the arrow in blue that's going east or northeast, that is the direction of flow of underground water, which is away from City of Edmonton lands. And the red dots that you see all around, those are monitoring points that are required around a landfill. So a thorough review was conducted as per provincial guidelines. Experts within City of Edmonton reviewed that and were comfortable with having this development coming up over here.
What about like smell or like methane or any of those kind of things?
Methane, again, we have a freeway in between the development and the landfill, so methane migration is not expected to the basements. The smell and other could be, nuisance issues. They are not a safety or a risk issue. There are mitigation methods for those in case they arise over there.
So when the standard is 450 meters, which is within the current rezoned site, versus the variance, which is just on the edge, why was that 450 meters set by, I'm guessing the province set that, right? Like why was 450 meters determined to be sort of that appropriate standard?
That is the point at which we start analyzing these issues. And if after analysis there is confidence that it is not going to cause any safety risk, then those are varied. In the previous instance in this area, there were other landfills wherein the province, provided the variance. It's just that 3 years back, they downloaded this responsibility to the municipalities.
So, Councillor, the Government of Alberta has provided us with the criteria. They set a standard for all landfills. Then they provide municipalities the set of criteria under which we do our analysis. And it's part of the technical analysis that we do of the application. And so we have the expertise in-house to do that. We're confident with what's with the outcome of that. The 450 is the outermost, and then we to bring that in, they have to demonstrate why, and they've done that, and we're confident with the outcome.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. So that concludes the questions to administration. At this time, I will ask if council members have any questions to administration or to the proponent on any new information arising out of the previous conversation. No? Okay. We are ready to close the public hearing.
Mayor Sohi, I can move closure of the public hearing on items 3.18, 3.19, and 3.20.
Second.
Okay. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi,
Go ahead.
I'd like to move first reading on bylaw 21279, bylaw 21280, and 21281.
Need a seconder?
Second?
Okay. We have first reading on the floor. Anyone to speak? Because we about 5 minutes. We just want to know if more than one council member is speaking. Well, there's two people. And so we'll take a break here, and we'll be back at 1:30, and we'll carry on with this item. Hello, council colleagues. Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe. Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Okay. Councillor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
All right, so we were speaking to the bylaw on the floor, and Councillor Principe is here too. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. Yeah, this one, I'm really torn. So I'm looking for insight. So I'm glad at least one of the persons registered to speak on this, because I'll tell you sort of where my struggle is. And the first part is specifically with the school piece. So we are in a community that has 2 schools available to it. They are fully maxed out. They are over capacity. And so any new residents moving in here will absolutely be added to the lottery. There's no way to avoid that. And there's no additional land in this neighborhood structure plan for more schools. And even the other school that is getting built in the community to the to the south in Rosenthal, it's a K-6 school, will essentially be full upon opening its doors. The community of Rosenthal's it started development a few years after Secord, but they're following similar trajectories around the level of density, the number of people living there, the number of families. So on one hand, I'm struggling with this idea of does adding new residents, knowing that we're essentially creating a further problem and resulting in, even if it's 63, 64 households, this community has a lot of kids, and I'm really glad for it. It's exciting, but it probably means at least another 63 to 100 kids that won't necessarily have access to the school, or if they win the lottery, some other 63 or 100 in that community won't have access. So I'm torn on that piece. And if there had been other schools that could lessen the burden, even in the general area, I think I might feel differently. But again, that's not the case. All of the schools around these communities are really maxed out and have capacity issues. So I'm struggling with that, and really wanting to make sure folks are aware of that as you're considering this piece of it. From a commercial to residential, again, if there wasn't a school issue, I'm not sure there would be an issue of commercial versus residential outside of the landfill piece, which I do think is a relevant consideration still. But I will just share on the commercial side, they have had great success now leasing out all of the commercial space in the community. It is now in both corners they have commercial, and it's doing really well, and that's likely due to the fact that these are incredibly densely populated neighborhoods, so residents have something close to home. I think you could very much fulfill a commercial need here, even though there's commercial just adjacent to it to the south. But I also appreciate the applicant's done great work. Like, the applicant's done a great job reaching out to the community, and I was honest with them when we talked with them about, like, you're going to have this pushback about the school in particular and some traffic issues. They've been very thoughtful about how they engaged. So I just want to thank our applicant either way on this. And I think the final consideration for me is the landfill piece a little bit. I wasn't actually as bothered until I heard one of the answers about the methane piece, because the reason why that triggered me a little bit is that in the West End, in the Winterburn industrial area, we had a commercial operator, a compost business that was not following environmental regulations for years, and it took, I think over a decade to finally get it shut down. And throughout that time, there were a lot of odor issues to residents that were substantially further away from where that business was located to this versus where this landfill is to these residential homes. So that is sitting a little bit in the back of my mind now, which I hadn't really considered because I'm not a waste expert, so I didn't know if the things that were not in this landfill would or would not contribute to the methane piece, but that's also on my list. So I truly don't know. I'm leaning towards saying no, because particularly of the school piece, that's the part that's jumping out at me more. But looking for any other thoughts or guidance as to why I might want to vote differently. But I appreciate the admin report. I appreciate the applicant's work. I know the community's been very thoughtful around their feedback on this. So I await further guidance from my colleagues. But I shall start by saying I'm leaning towards saying no at this moment, based off the current needs in the neighborhood and the school pressures that we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Rutherford?
Well, I don't rely on me, Councillor Knack. That's what I can say for my speaking notes. I find this one really interesting too, and I defer to the ward councillor that knows the area best in terms of the pressures with the school, with the pressures with those things. I think if we're going to make that argument here about the schools, I think there's a lot of other places we're going to have to make the same argument. And that again constrains our supply, and then prices go up and we lose our housing affordability advantage. So we could say the same thing about like how many people have we added to the city of Edmonton writ large without adding any more hospitals, right? So like at what point do we let those kind of things guide? Because people will still come here. It's just a matter of, do we have the supply to meet the demand? So that's like not really my primary thing that I'm weighing in this, though I do recognize that is a challenge in our growing and new neighborhoods across the city for school space and the capacity of the schools. I am very concerned about the location in proximity to a landfill. And I understand that administration did the technical analysis, and if everything goes well, if there's no problems, then probably it's good. But I think that there's, in like the core of land use is buffers are buffers for a reason. And I don't necessarily think that less than 450, I'm kind of slightly uncomfortable even at the 450 mark, because I do think about things like methane. I do think about things like even just like smell and leachate. And yes, the flow goes one way, but I just think like the contamination can still expand. So I don't really have any expertise to back this up, which is why I said don't rely on me. But I have to think about what is an appropriate land use, and for me, putting residential so close to a landfill is just not appropriate for me. I wouldn't want to live there. I wouldn't want other people to live there. So I'm leaning no, specifically for that reason. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Tang.
Maybe just quickly, I want to speak to the school point. Earlier we had this item right before this one in Southeast Edmonton, where in that part of the city there are 3 K-6 that are all on the lottery. There have been rezonings in the LRC region where I've heard, from parents, families, schools about how afraid they are of new developments that will bring in more kids because their schools can't handle it. I think hands down we need more schools in Edmonton, period. I think that school accelerator fund cannot come fast enough, and this is why I made the subsequent motion that I did, because eventually all those kids from K-6 will grow up and go to high school, where even there's a new high school, and even those are already facing pressure. So I just don't know if saying no to rezoning of new developments necessarily solves that problem. And I don't know if this is a tool to address the appropriate problem. That's my, 2 cents I'll offer on this particular point. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
I do want to share my thoughts on this too, right? I think we often hear that urban sprawl doesn't cost taxpayers a lot of money, that somehow it is cost neutral. and only just hearing about transportation needs and how intersection upgrades would eventually be downloaded onto the municipality, even though they are within the provincial corridor, right, speaks to some of the pressure that outward development put on city resources. But this area is already approved and being developed. And there are things that we don't control, such as schools, such as hospitals, or other provincial services that are lacking in the city of Edmonton and other major urban centers. I think what we control are our rec centers. And we are building a rec center in that neighborhood in close proximity. We control libraries, right, which are available, and we are keeping them open on Sundays. We control bus service. I think we have added, I think we added close to 200,000 hours of new bus service over the last 4 years, including making the on-demand bus service permanent, and also adding the services allows us to expand that on-demand service into new areas. I don't know the particular realities of this neighborhood, if they have permanent bus service or on-demand bus service. If that is lacking, I think that would be a concern, but I don't know if that is the case, right? Are we able to clear snow on time, meet cities' snow removal services standards, which we are finally meeting those standards this year? Are we providing policing? Are we providing green spaces? Are we providing fire halls? I think all those things we are doing. I think that's why I'm going to support this, because city continues to grow, will continue to grow. As our population grows, we need to do what we can to accommodate that growth, along with housing and the services. But we do not control what we don't control, which is provincial services, where schools are, and that's where the struggle is. And I get that struggle, but I think that because of those lack of services, if we stop doing our part, then I think we're going to compound the problem, right? So that's my challenge. But if I were to vote against it, I would have voted against based on the cost of urban sprawl to the taxpayers and how that is causing a lot of challenges on the financial sustainability of the city. Yeah. Okay. And I will take the chair back and go to Councillor Wright to close.
Thank you. I recognize the needs of schools in the southeast, as Councillor Tang has said. We're bursting at the seams, and we need those new schools now. I hope that residents that are looking to move into that area are aware of maybe some potential unpleasant odor, and that they, I guess, go into it with eyes wide open if that's where they choose to move to. I am leaning in favor of it because, we need housing, and we have all these people coming to our city, and we need somewhere for them to live. And then hopefully, the chicken and the egg thing with the schools, hopefully, we will have some more schools, if not in this area, but further out where they can maybe take some of the pressure off the schools closer to this area here. So I will go ahead and provide my support for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
Councillor Stevenson is yes.
Thank you.
I'm a yes, it hasn't come up.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Just waiting on one more. Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Okay, that is carried.
Sorry. Second reading of item. What item are we on? 318, 319, and 320.
Okay.
Second.
Please vote.
Councillor Stevenson is yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. What happened here? That is carried. Okay.
And consideration for third reading?
Second.
Please vote.
Counselor Stevenson is yes.
Thank you, Counselor Stevenson. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Oh, that is,
I voted incorrectly.
Okay.
Apologies.
can we recall the vote? Let's vote again. It's always first time. Okay, please vote for consideration of third reading.
Counselor Stevenson is yes.
Thank you, Counselor Stevenson. Just waiting on one for Counselor Hamilton. Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And I move third and final reading of Bylaw 21279, Bylaw 21280, and Bylaw 21281.
Second.
Please vote.
Counselor Stevenson is yes.
Thank you, Counselor Stevenson. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. Now we are on to our next item, which is 3.24. Bylaw 21257 to allow for a range of small to medium scale housing Avonmore. We'll have a presentation from our administration. This is exempted by Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon. This application proposes to rezone a site in the Avonmore neighborhood from the small-scale residential zone to the small to medium-scale transition residential zone with a height modifier of 12 meters. Next slide, please. Located on a corner lot, the site is well connected to a variety of amenities and services that can be reached within 7 minutes walking distance. This includes commercial use directly across from the site, school and park site, bus service, and the Avonmore LRT station on 83rd Street. Next slide, please. When compared with the current RS zone, the proposed RSM H12 zone would allow for an overall larger building footprint. The slide shows the massing models of the two zones for visual comparison. Though the scale of this development is expected to be at the local node, the site has the added benefit of being surrounded on 3 sides by either roads or a lane, helping to buffer and ultimately offset the impacts to surrounding properties. Next slide, please. Through engagement, we heard feedback from 5 residents, 3 of whom were in opposition, and 2, including the Community League, which had questions about the proposal. Some of the main concerns we heard was that the proposal was not aligning with the existing low-density character of the neighborhood, that the site is in close proximity to the school, and the proposal would increase traffic around it and compromise the safety of residents, and that it might lead to an increase in noise, that the building height was too tall, and that it could be setting a precedent for similar development in the area. Next slide, please. The subject site meets the description of local node as it is a neighborhood focal point. It includes a commercial building, community hall, park, school, and the Avonmore LRT stop within walking distance. District plan policy supports more intense forms of housing at local nodes, such as low-rise development. The proposed RSM H12 zone would be considered a smaller scale than low-rise development, as is consistent with this policy direction. Next slide, please. Administration recommends that City Council approve this bylaw. The site is located within a local node where more intense forms of housing are supported. The proposal enables people to complete their daily needs within a close proximity to open space and schools active travel options, and commercial opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, in favor, Alison Rosland. You have a presentation, Alison? Okay, please go ahead. Please go ahead whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today in support of our client, Glenora Homes' proposed rezoning from RS to RSM H12 in Avonmore. Next slide, please. 50 years ago, Avonmore was home, next slide. 50 years ago, Avonmore was home to over 3,000 people, but since then the neighborhood lost 1,000 residents, a 32% decline. At the same time, we've invested billions of dollars in the Valley Line LRT, an investment designed to connect more people around our city. But for the line to succeed, it needs people living nearby to ride it, shop local, and build their lives in neighborhoods like Avonmore. Next slide, please. This application is about helping to bring people back to Avonmore and provide more housing options for Edmontonians at a time when housing demand is shifting. Many Edmontonians want ground-oriented housing but may not be able to afford or want a single detached house. By providing more choices with new row houses and suites, a form of housing that has historically not been present in Avonmore, as you can see here on this slide, this rezoning enables families and individuals to live in a well-connected, transit-friendly community they may not otherwise have been able to call home. Next slide, please. This site, together with its immediate surroundings, forms part of a local node, which the district policy defines as a focal point within the neighborhood, a place where people gather, access services and amenities, and interact. The site is adjacent to a commercial building, zoned RMH16. It steps away from community spaces like the Community League Hall and Avonmore Park. It's close to Avonmore School and Metro Continuing Ed, and it's transit connected, with the LRT station less than 500 meters away, or about a 5 to 7 minute walk. At local nodes, a variety of housing types and scales are supported, including larger small scale and low-rise buildings, and they all contribute by bringing more activity and housing options. Next slide, please. In addition to being located within a local node, this proposed rezoning also aligns with the district policy that supports additional scale on corner sites in the urban mix area along collector roadways. The policy is clear. This is exactly the kind of place where thoughtful, gentle density belongs at a local node in the neighborhood interior. Next slide, please. We know that change in a neighborhood raises questions. That's why we reached out to the community. In June, we created a project webpage to provide background information and invite feedback, mailed 37 postcards to nearby homes, posted a custom rezoning site with our contact information, and reached out to the Avonmore Community League. We heard from 5 neighbors, 2 who had concerns about the application. We also spoke with 2 Community League board members who shared questions and concerns they heard from the community. The most common concerns heard were traffic, parking, density, and compatibility and character of single detached housing. I'll address these concerns in the remainder of my presentation. Next slide, please. This site is near schools, parks, and local businesses, and it's well served by bike routes and transit. The Avonmore LRT station is just 490 meters away. Building housing where there are amenities and services within walking distance and there's access to a variety of transportation options helps reduce dependence on personal vehicles, meaning fewer impacts on parking and traffic. Rezoning to the RSM zone would allow for about 10 to 12 units, just 2 to 4 more homes than the 8 units the RS zone currently allows, and more functional space inside each home. This provides flexibility to build more livable and family-oriented homes in alignment with city policy while ensuring redevelopment is incremental and context-sensitive by maintaining street-facing entrances that reinforce a ground-oriented feel that blends into the community and creates a people-friendly street and walk. This RSM zone also requires appropriate setbacks to provide separation from neighboring properties. As you can see on this slide, this is a corner site with streets and an alley on 3 sides and only one abutting neighbor. Next slide, please. City plan is clear. To meet our housing goals, we need homes at a variety of scales, densities, and designs throughout all parts of our residential areas. With that, I'll leave you with these final thoughts. This application adds rental stock to a city that needs more homes. It supports housing choice in a walkable area that is well connected to transit, schools, services, and amenities. And it's a small incremental change that fits within the fabric of the neighborhood. We are at a moment when Edmonton's population is growing rapidly and every new home helps. Gentle policy-aligned density on a corner lot like this is essential to meet our goal and provide much-needed homes. For all these reasons, we ask for your support today. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. We will go to questions to Alson, Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. So maybe just primary question is appreciating all the things that you've shared around the location of this site, proximity to other amenities, the need for more diverse housing options within the neighborhood. Why do you feel that can't be achieved under RS?
So the RSM, under the RS zone, the density is limited to 8 units, and that would be feasible to build. Under the RS zone, with the additional site coverage, we can get a few more units, which improves the overall financial feasibility of the project, and it also allows for the units to be a little bit larger. That makes providing family-sized units, like 3-bedroom units, more feasible on the site.
Okay, have you done an assessment of what, under RSM, what would you be looking at in terms of unit count?
So we are expecting, based on preliminary site planning, around 10 to 12 units, depending on the final configuration. And that detailed design would come later at the development permit stage, but aiming for around 10 to 12.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Are there any other questions? Councillor Wright, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
I just want to follow up on the line of questioning from Councillor Salvador. Like we have gone through major overhaul of our zoning regulations that came into effect January 1st, 2024, where in my mind we have kind of a social contract now with communities, right? So why would not remain within RS? Yes, it can be more units, but 8 units, this is single dwelling now, right?
Yes.
Right, from single going to 8 units, why would that not be enough and honor that contract with communities?
It's not that 8 units isn't feasible to build, but part of what we look to is the district plan policy and what we want to achieve with city plan. So we're looking to have 50% of infill units across the city. We all know that. But I think that one of the most important things to consider is that we are in a local node, and that's where we are expecting more density to occur. And given the proximity to the to the LRT station, we want to increase density in those areas where there are services and amenities that are right beside the site.
So how far is this from the LRT station?
It's about 490 meters, so just under 500 meters, which is about 5 to 7 minutes, depending on how fast you walk.
And Node Circle is 400 meters, and TOD or transit oriented?
It depends. The other policies in the district plan usually use a threshold of 400 meters, but I think that's for the purposes of policy interpretation. Yes, it's 400 meters, but 500 meters is still a great distance, and that's walking distance as well. That's not as the crow flies.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, I'm really struggling with this in a way. And I had issues with the last few ones as well, right? In the previous, because it's kind of, it's not a scope creep. It's more like what we promised and we're going beyond that, right? So maybe I'll ask those questions to administration. Thank you so much. I'll take the chair back.
Chair returned.
Councillor Jans.
Thank you to the applicant. Was there like, sorry, I'm trying to pull up, was there like a district planning consideration here? Why, for the site? Where was this in the district planning mix?
It's in there, so it's, Councillor Jans, it's in the urban mix area.
Okay.
But it's also in a local node. So the local nodes are not defined by location on the map, like our primary corridors and secondary corridors, but the policy direction in district policy defines what a local node is, and it meets that definition. Because there's a commercial site, because there's community uses like the community hall, the school, Metro continuing ed, there's a park space. So all of those pieces help define that area as a local node, and that's what we interpreted it as well as city administration, that it would be considered a local node as per the direction in the district policy.
Right, and then so the properties to the west of it could go to, it's zoned already RMH 16, is that correct?
The commercial site, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what you're looking to do here with a RSH12 is slightly larger massing, slightly higher build, and slightly more site coverage. That's why you're proposing to use this zone?
Yes, site coverage, and it allows for more units. It would still be, aiming for a 3-story building. The RSMH12 adds that additional 1.5 meters.
Right.
But that, 3 stories is usually typical to accommodate in 12 meters or even 10.5 meters.
Right, and just to clarify, I might have misheard you at the beginning. There's no commercial proposed for this corner.
For our subject site, no. It's actually not, RSM does allow commercial in certain areas. We don't meet the criteria that would enable that.
Got it, okay. And that, the commercial though, the site the existing commercial is zoned and could continue as commercial. I might have misheard that.
Yeah, so right now it's zoned RMH 16. The RM zone would allow for commercial uses on the ground floor. So if that property was to be redeveloped in the future, there could be commercial uses on that site.
Okay, and the Valley Line station there is right at the corner of 73rd and 83rd Street, is
Yeah.
that right?
So you basically walk straight west down 73rd Avenue and you hit the LRT station.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yep, you're welcome.
Thank you. So that concludes the questions. Sorry. Oh, Councillor Wright, do you have a question? Go ahead, please.
Sorry, I was just deciding whether or not to ask. I noticed in the report some of the comments, are saying that it's not representative of the neighborhood. But I'm just like to the west, there's already that one building that is zoned for, what is it, RMH 16. Do you see this sort of as being a transition for that neighborhood?
Definitely, and that's part of the reason why we chose RSM H12, because it is, closer to the RS zone, especially when we have row houses, you have to have units facing the street, so it reinforces, that street-oriented type of development, right? People-friendly, doors right off the units onto the street, and if the property to the west ever was redeveloped, RMH 16 would allow for 4 stories. And then so RSM H12 on our site would help provide a transition down to the lower density area to the east.
Okay, and, I think, but do you see like the whole area transitioning to something like this?
I think over time, that's the intention with the district policies, right? And because this meets the criteria for a local node. But again, that depends on when properties become available, all of those pieces that come together, right? So it would be a slow transition over time. But again, we want density around our LRT stations, right? We need folks to live near it and use the LRT so that we're supporting that investment.
Okay, and the one slide you had about showing the population decline, but it is starting to come up a bit now.
A little bit, yep. Which is, some of our mature neighborhoods are seeing that as we have, more redevelopment occurring in the neighborhoods, but we have a long way to go before we get back to, the population that we had.
Back in the 50s.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem, Councillor.
Okay, thank you so much. Now that concludes the questions to the proponent. Now we'll go to folks in opposition. I'll call your name. If you're here in person, please come down. Bick Wynn, please come down. You'll be speaker number 1 here. Desiree Hughes, and remote. Desiree Hughes. How about Brittany True? Okay, thank you. Each of you will have 5 minutes to make your presentations, and after that, council members may have questions of you. We will start with Bick Wynn. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm here, my family has lived in this, pardon me, I'm a little bit nervous there.
Take your time, take a deep breath, don't worry about it. We'll take a deep breath, we'll start your time again, right? I know sometimes it can be a little bit intimidating coming to city council meetings if you're coming here first time, so, but we'll just make yourself comfortable.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good afternoon again. I'm here to oppose this rezoning. My family has lived in this area since 1979, so almost 50 years. I've seen it grow, I've seen it go down, and it's back up to the growing part of it. I live directly north of this property, right across the alley. Having it go up to 12 will block so much sunlight. I have absolutely no privacy whatsoever. It will look into my house. It look into my yard. Several concerns I have, being part of that too, is traffic. Traffic already is busy as it is with the school and the continuing education that's already there. The commercial property is small, but I've already got several cars that are not supposed to be there during the nighttime. I've never had to put security cameras in before, but now I have, just because of the area. It's a very nice area. Like I said, we've lived in it for close to 50 years. Putting a high density, like RSM H12 will increase the parking for sure. The traffic, it's going to be even more. Let's see, privacy, sunlight, and then how do we know as a community that the developer will sell that property and make it another commercial property, even though there is a commercial property across the street already? There's no, what's the word I'm looking for? There's no say to it, I guess you can say. Pardon me. I grew up in this house. This is where my parents brought me. It's my community. I understand to have the RS to the 8 units, but to increase it for another 2 to 12 units, from 10 to 12 units too, it blocks everything, makes the community look even worse. It is a very older community, but having this will block to make it, especially on a corner lot too. I understand council has their rationale and everything to do to make communities bigger and provide more housing for the growing communities out there, not just in Avonmore, but in other communities. I don't know if the rezoning of this is motivated for the for the developer to make more money, because adding more units makes them more money. I don't know if that's the case or not. I support community growth. but to increase it higher, I'm not in agreement with that at all. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us and sharing your thoughts with us. Next, we will go to Brittany True.
Yes, on the line. Give me a moment, please. Do I just start whenever?
You're not coming out, you're kind of breaking in and out. I'm sorry, we are unable to hear you.
Hello?
Yes, that's better. Try it again. Yeah.
Hello? Okay, perfect. Sorry, I'm on the road to Calgary right now, so it's a little bit rough. Good afternoon, Council. My name is Brittany True, and I'm a resident of over 25 years and also happen to be the VP of our Avonmore Community League. And from the get-go, I would like to maintain that I welcome housing and growth. However, I believe development should be sustainable.
I am sorry.
And it should include.
I'm so sorry, Brittany. You are, seems like away from the phone, and you're not coming out. We're unable to understand. We can hear you, but we're unable to understand you because you're breaking in and out.
Can I try this instead?
Let's try this.
Does this work better?
Let's try. Okay. Yeah, that's better. Let's try that, and we'll start your time again.
Okay. Should I start from the top?
Yeah, start from the get-go. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Council. My name is Brittany True, and I am a resident of over 25 years and also happen of our Avonmore community. And from the get-go, I would like to maintain that I welcome housing and growth. But I believe development should be sustainable, and it should include forces of those who live here for the long term. So with those foundations laid, I would like to highlight two key concerns around this ethos, starting with number one, community engagement. As for policy, House has put in 60 meters an official notice of the street project, but this failed to account for the fact that number one, only 37 houses were in that area, and number two, this site is in the center of our neighborhood, meaning it is adjacent to school as well as our community building. And I believe that is too narrow of a notice for what is a very impactful bill. This rezoning will set a precedent in our neighborhood as potentially one of the largest bills in a community of majors 1 and 2 story single. I believe more consideration should be given to ensure a broader, more transparent notifications consultation process. Moving on, Situate, developer, has refused to hold a group meeting instead of opting for one-on-one consultations. And though I understand that group consultation is not mandated, this refusal for why consultations prevents residents from hearing each other's questions and building a collective understanding. Our neighborhood is not familiar with bills of this size and has not felt nor gotten insight into long-term effects. Developers will eventually leave, but our communities will live with the long-term impact. Ideally, we are asking for regular accountability. For instance, quarterly updates to the community league and options between signed papers, so that the community has a genuine role in shaping how this bill will fit the landscape. The second big issue is infrastructure. With a 3-story building, we're looking at potentially 10 to 12 units as mentioned, which could meet 25 plus individual garbage and compost bins or larger communal bins. Where are those being stored, and how will this impact streetscape and collection logistics? Waste Services has already said they'll need detailed plans at the development stage, but that means that these questions are left unanswered at depot, where residents are post-60 voted. As well, and of course, has already flagged deficiencies in on-site fire protection at this particular site. So what this means, councillors, is that the developer will need to address hydrant safety before the project can move forward. This can often cost millions and is a real infrastructure gap. There have been 2 bills in our adjacent mature community where they were trying to put in larger units and apartment complexes, but there weren't enough existing fire hydrants. And the developer lacked the funds to add more. So these projects ended up being delayed. And eventually, they pivoted to smaller bills. This is exactly what we do not want. Empty lots and houses are prime targets for slaughters, crime, and vandalism, which poses a risk for the safety of our community alongside the security of school children across the street. It's important to situate foresight into addressing infrastructural issues and having not only the funds, but also the long-term plans in place for a phased and timely build. With all that said, I am not here to block housing. What I want is sustainable, community-informed growth. And that translates to 3 key requests from Situate and the council. Number 1, requiring collective engagement and for developers to work with our community empathy, not just through fragmented one-on-one conversation. Number 2, transparent disclosure of unit count, waste management plans, and fire safety facts before rezoning decisions are made. And ideally, IFTA should be done prior to a public hearing. Number 3, building accountability, perhaps through regular updates to our CDG and presenting at 3 blueprint options to enable residents to influence how new builds will integrate into our neighborhoods. Our community stewards of large bills, and this application would set a precedent. We ask council to ensure growth here is done with the community, not at the expense of it. Thank you for your time today, and I ask council to require stronger engagement and accountability from Situate before approving this rezoning.
Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see if there are questions to members of the public. In opposition, Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you to both of our speakers for coming out and sharing your perspectives today. Maybe I'll go to Speaker Nguyen. Nice to see you. And I appreciate you voicing some of the concerns that you have. I wanted to follow up on a few of the things that you've raised. Maybe I'll start with traffic and demand from the school. So could you just help describe the current situation in terms of traffic demand and maybe some of the congestion that you're seeing along that particular stretch?
Well, when you get the parents that picking up the kids, they're already parked on the street as it is. If they're parked on both sides of the street, you've only got the one in the middle that you can drive. And I remember one time I was out late at night and the continuing ed, even when they were available working at nighttime, we could not get through at all. Anybody who lived in that community had to actually go around the block outside of that community to even drive on that road. My house faces west, so just that alone is too much. Having to rezone and having more vehicles in the area is going to make it even worse.
Okay, and can you remind me, is there any signage currently that limits any sort of parking along that stretch? Not that I recall, but I might be wrong.
I believe there is a snow route.
Right, okay.
Across the street from that property. So west of that property.
Okay, thank you for that.
And otherwise, I don't think there's anything else.
Yeah, that's my recollection as well. And then wanted to just chat a little bit about the difference between the RS, the current zone versus the one that's in front of us today. You'd mentioned height. So going from the 10.5 to the 12, I'm sure you mentioned that that's a concern, but I imagine the setback from the alley, did you mention that as well? In terms of the distance that the building would be pushing to the back of the lot, closer to the alley?
So it gets pushed closer to the alley, which means that they can see directly into my house and into my backyard, especially if they have windows facing down, up high and facing down. Yeah.
Got it. Okay, so it's both the height piece, but also, I guess, the placement of the building on the property closer to the lane.
Definitely can be, yeah.
Okay, one thing, maybe I'll get your perspective on this, because one thing I've been thinking about is proximity to the LRT. And I know, we talk a lot about the importance of transit-oriented development and being able to build up those housing options close to LRT. This isn't as close as I would have hoped for something that is considered transit-oriented development. What are your thoughts around the distance of this site to LRT versus maybe something that is on the other side of Avonmore, closer to the LRT?
I've used the LRT once during the Oilers Stanley Cup run. I'm okay with the walk, but there are certain people, and it's the community being almost all at one time the older generation, they're not going to use the LRT. I won't use the LRT unless I'm with somebody. It's just my personal preference. But it is walking distance, like they did say. I have used it myself. Everybody's got their preference and what they think. It's outside their zone, though, that Situate had brought up.
Right, right. Okay, and I think I heard you correctly, but you mentioned that you are, of course, supportive of community growth, of that evolution. So you would be supportive of the 8 units under the RS, just not the addition up to the 10 or 12. Yeah. Okay, that's really helpful. I might run out of time here, but I think most of my questions have been answered. So I'll direct the rest to administration. Thank you to both of our speakers for being here with us.
Thank you so much for joining us. Really, really appreciate. Now we're going to go to questions to administration. If you want to, you can stay there if you want to, but you can also step back to into those common public seating, as if you wish to. Okay. All right. Now we're going to go to questions to administration. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. I want to first follow up on some of the questions that were raised by Speaker True around, maybe I'll start with the fire deficiency and hydrant capacity. So just for our sake, can you explain what is the process there and whose responsibility would that be? How do we make sure that, that's actually followed through on? I think there was a description of a site that may have run into some issues with potential hydrant capacity and things stalled out. Thoughts on that?
Right, so in our review, we circulate to Edmonton Fire Rescue Services and NAPCOR. They review the standards versus what's available. So they have identified a deficiency here and that a new hydrant may be required. Now, they will review this again at the development permit stage, at which point the applicant can ask for an infill fire protection assessment. So that's more of a very detailed review based on their construction drawings and what they plan to build. So it is possible at that stage that they'll find there isn't a deficiency and that there is sufficient supply. But if it is still deficient, any upgrades are at the developer's cost.
And recognizing that that's the stage where a more detailed assessment is conducted, under the current zoning, under RS, is there a deficiency? Would we know?
I don't know. Yeah, sorry.
Okay. Well, I appreciate the clarity on just process there and when that conversation is had. Just around bins and waste collection, I believe we started some work on shared bins.
We have.
Can someone elaborate on that? It's relatively new that we're looking at that.
It is. And so right now it's voluntary and it's happening, starting to happen through reviews as well. So really looking at, again, development permit stage, we don't know right now because it depends on the detailed construction drawings and the site layout and access and backing up and turning and radius and all this stuff for waste services to ensure that it's safe. But they're really open to looking at that at the development permit stage and then accommodating based on what they see there. So it can be bins and it can be communal. And for existing sites, the multi-unit buildings can volunteer for a communal bin.
Right. Well, and I've even heard concerns about waste collection and the number of bins, even for eight units under RS. So even if it was an RS project or property, it would still go through that same assessment?
It would.
Okay, thank you. All right, I want to zoom out a little bit. So 83rd, right along the LRT, not considered a secondary corridor, right? In our district plans?
Not considered a secondary corridor.
Why isn't that considered a secondary corridor? It stops right at White Ave, and then everything south of White Ave, not a secondary corridor, even though there's an LRT line and stations directly adjacent to that.
Councillor Salvador, I really, there are some spots in our city that we can argue the difference between secondaries and primaries and
Or
whether
any
they could
corridor,
or, whether they stop. I mean, the reality is that it is still an arterial roadway. It has that size and capacity. It's carrying transit, and our policy accounts for that.
Okay, how would we, and I'll come back to the question I asked of our speaker, but I'm struggling just a little bit with the distance to the LRT stop here. When I kind of do a measurement in walking distance, not necessarily as the crow flies, but it looks like it's around that 550, almost 600 meters, depending on the stop that someone's going to.
That's absolutely correct. So it's if you walk, then you are in the range of 575 meters and 555 meters if you are looking at the south edge of the platform or the north edge.
Right. Okay. And ideally, when we're talking about transit-oriented development and within our policy, is 400 meters is usually what we're looking for, or not necessarily.
400 to 800, 5 to 10 minute walking distance.
And I would even add that on-demand transit is available as well in this area. And that was after the bus network redesign. This was introduced and further capped to provide, to act as a supplement to LRT as well. So there is that element.
Okay, I might come back. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question about the properties abutting this property. So administration recommends approval of this rezoning. Is it because it is on, I mean, there are several reasons why I'm sure, but is it because one of the reasons because it's on a collector road?
One of the reasons, the main reason for our support is policy around local nodes.
Okay.
So local nodes allow for the organic development of small community hubs and more intense activities within the interior of the neighborhood. And that's due to the context of the site. So LRT and proximity to transit is definitely one thing, but the school site proximity, the community uses, the existing commercial uses, all of those things start to combine with the active travel.
Okay, so if it were, say, the site that were to the north of this, would it be, and I mean, it's hard for you to give a definitive answer on this, but would it be recommended for this rezoning as well?
Tucked into the neighborhood more on the local node?
Correct.
I mean, speculating here, but a little less likely. It's across from open space, so it's or adjacent to,
so it's hard to know.
It's hard to say.
So if this rezoning were to pass today to an RSM 12, H12, would that then, because it's an abutting, is the property to the north of it considered abutting? Or no, because there's...
To the north is adjacent, because there's an alley, yeah.
So if it's adjacent, if this rezoning were to be approved today, would that property to the north, if it were to apply for a rezoning, would it be recommended for approval because of this rezoning?
This definition of RSM H12, it is greater than small scale. So we do have criteria in some of the other zones for context when you're adjacent to something that's greater than small scale. We'd really have to look at it. Yeah, it's because it's not, you're not going right into low rise here, so you're not kind of making that leap. You're still in that small scale category, you're just greater than.
No, I just wanted to add, like, any answer that we would give and to answer that question would be speculative because we haven't done the technical analysis and we're really focused on the property in front of us.
Yeah, I guess just, as I was talking about before, that domino effect, like would this cause the other properties in the area to then be recommended for approval? Would it be one of the criteria?
Really speculating here, Councillor.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair, please? Sure. So this site is about 645 square meter. And minimum required is 600 square meter for 8 units, right? or mid-block?
No, there is, yeah, this is a corner site.
Yeah, but it's only marginally bigger than 600 square meter that is required for 8 units.
Okay.
So why would you recommend going from 8 or support from 8 to 12 with only 45 additional square meters to the lot size?
So because there's several different pieces of context, right? First, there's a corner site, which limits its impact onto abutting properties.
Yeah.
Right? Because you have the roadways that buffer the development of the site. So you can take a greater scale building and greater intensity having less impact on the neighbors.
Okay. So if the lot was less than 600 square meters, would you have recommended upzoning from RS to RSM 12?
We are, again, entering into speculative territory here. We have
But this, I don't think this is speculative. Like, I'm just trying to understand if one of the arguments we hear from the proponents is that lot is large enough to accommodate more than 8. But if this was similar situation, everything being similar, if the lot size was less than 600 meter, would the administration be supportive?
So the zone itself has a regulation that you have to have 75 square meters per unit. So it would automatically start to cap itself out in a relative sense based on the site area.
And Mr. Mayor, we're not evaluating the site on 8 or 10 units or 8 or 12 units. We're evaluating the site in the context. And like Claire has said, this is a local node in terms of its proximity to the park, the community hall, and the existing uses in the area. We're not evaluating it solely for the number of units. In fact, we don't know what the end number of units will be. We're looking at it in the context of which it's situated.
But the unit count could go up to 12, right, under this, if it's approved?
It could.
It could, right? Okay, all right. And the site coverage goes far beyond 45% to 60%.
60%.
And the minimum rear setback almost double from 5.5, so from 10 meter to 5.5 meter.
That's
so
correct.
there's a real, so site coverage, so the building is much bigger than what it would be allowed under.
Overall, it's a bigger building footprint, yes. The height is 1.5 meters.
Yeah, I think that, okay. So I know this is under, you're recommending this because of policy guidelines allow you to do that, but I'm hearing more and more of this. Like, what is needed in order to revisit some of these things and give more certainty to communities that we are sticking to what is expected, which is, 4 plexes, 6 plexes, or maximum 8 plexes on a lot, on larger lot.
Mayor Sohi, the city plan has a goal to welcome 600,000 more residents into the redeveloping area. This is located in the redeveloping area. So the city plan and the district policy is based on a nodes and corridors model, right, where we're talking secondary corridors, district nodes, major nodes, primary corridors. That also includes local nodes.
Okay. So
it is necessary in more intense forms of development throughout nodes and corridors are necessary in order to welcome that population into our redeveloping area.
Why, I absolutely get it and absolutely support that. But administration also recommended going from 8 to 6 units mid-block on a certain size lot. So because we are already kind of on the way to achieving some of those targets, right? Maybe so. Just that's what I'm struggling down here. We are upzoning beyond what is permitted under 8 units.
Less about site area and size of the lot and more about its location when we're talking about the difference between 8 and 6, interior versus corners.
Okay. I'll move the second round.
Second.
Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
Didn't come up on my yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried, and I'll return the chair.
Okay. I will take the chair back, and Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. I'm hoping to gain better understanding here of the interpretation of 2525, the urban mix policy. When we're looking at the criteria, when it says within 100 meters of a node or corridor area, is that including a local node then? Or is that referring to a primary or secondary corridor or node?
We have in the past looked at proximity to what we think would be local nodes.
Okay, so does this application meet, so it's, how many of those criteria does this application meet? Of the within 100 meters of a node or corridor area, within 400 meters of mass transit station, and then along arterial road or collector roadway? Because for sure along collector roadway, not within 400 meters of mass transit. So does it meet the?
We evaluated this based on the local node policy, so I would say yes. Like it's firmly right in a local node. We didn't contemplate 2525 for this.
Okay. How do we draw the boundaries around the local nodes?
So, Councillor, we had originally mapped local nodes in our district policy, and then through direction from Council, we took that mapping out and introduced the ingredients, so to speak, of what makes a local node. And so those include the commercial uses, school park sites, community halls, religious assemblies, and all of those. And so that is what we are using to evaluate this application. And so that's 245 of district policy.
Right, and recognizing that we provided that direction, and there's, I guess, a greater flexibility around, or blurriness of a line around where that local node ends. When we did have them drawn as lines and boundaries, did it include sort of adjacent properties beyond the direct sort of commercial school and park area? I'm just trying to recall how we were initially thinking about those local nodes.
Right, so they were always considered like a node, and development can always transition from that node. So in addition to where the local nodes are, there is an expectation of some transition. So even if we did delineate the local nodes, there would be expected some transition.
Okay, so even if there was that hard boundary drawn around the commercial area, since this is directly adjacent to, it would be considered transition. Okay, that's helpful to understand. With the rear setback going down to the 5.5, is there anything built into the zone to support sensitive transition? Or is the distance across the alley supposed to provide that?
It's a distance across the alley plus the setback.
Okay. Okay, I will speak to this at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Salvador. So that concludes the questions to administration. At this time, I'll ask if council members have any questions to administration or folks in favor and opposition on any new information arising out of the previous conversation. I don't see any. We're ready to close the public hearing. Anyone move to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Just waiting on one more, Councillor Rutherford. Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move first reading.
Second.
Okay, we have first reading on the floor. Anyone to speak? Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will not be supporting this one. And I'll just give my rationale right away. Normally, I would support something like this. especially before we had the city plan or the zoning bylaw. But what we have established, I think, already allows for an incredible amount of density to expand over time to hit that population target. This community obviously is seeing a decrease in population over time, but with what we already have established, that will begin to self-correct. In the meantime, if this was perhaps within the 400 meters to transit, I would have a different contemplation. But as it stands, we have rules in place. And while I understand and completely get why administration brought this forward with support, at this point, I will not be supporting and will vote against, considering the fact that there is already a lot of work that has gone into that. We've got community buy-in for density as is. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. Just want to start by thanking all the speakers again for coming out today. I also will not be supporting this. And I'll speak broadly at first, and then I'll talk a little bit about some site-specific considerations that are coming to mind for me. First and foremost, absolutely hear the rationale from administration and can absolutely understand why this recommendation is in front of us. We know that we need to grow in and up, and we know that we need to be seeing that evolution of our existing mature communities and a more diverse housing stock added into our existing neighborhoods. When I look at this particular location and I look at this neighborhood, knowing that it is primarily single-family homes, I do agree that it would be nice to see some more options added into the neighborhood, things like row housing, and I'm aware that can happen with the underlying RS zone, and I think that flexibility is already embedded in the underlying zone without having to move forward to a higher rezoning today. I'm also looking at proximity to public transit, and while this is sort of still within that walking distance, I would have been more supportive if it was within that 400 meters, as my colleague had just mentioned. If it was on the other side of Avonmore, closer to the LRT stops, I think I'd have an easier time supporting this kind of application to really move forward with true transit-oriented development. I'm also reflecting on the comments we heard from speakers today about a larger scale building and just a larger footprint of that building and what that would mean. I am thinking about the adjacent properties and what that transition would look like, particularly on the alley-facing side, and that building pocket would be much closer to the adjacent single-family homes. But I also heard support for development under the existing zone and a recognition that our communities do have to accommodate that growth in a good way, and that being able to do that through the RS zone is supported. So that's where I'd like to see us go. I think it allows for that densification, allows us to capitalize on its location within that local node next to a school, next to a park, the community league, and a small commercial building. So I, again, won't be supporting this, but think that RS is appropriate in this location.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I will be supporting this. Yes, it is a little bit larger, a little bit higher, but I think with it being a bit larger, maybe with some more family-oriented units with the school just down the street. I think our last two items we talked about building homes without schools nearby. I look at the enrollment for Avonmore School for a K-6, it's 226 students right now. I look at some of the K-6 schools in Ward Spomatapi, Jackson Heights, 372, Dally Grove, 364, Winelos, 446, Pollard Meadows, 431, and Velma Baker, 589. I think we have the capacity here at the school. So again, this is sort of the chicken and the egg. We've got the school now. Let's get the people in there and the kids there to go to the school. I think this is appropriate for this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
Okay, so I'm more confused now than ever, which says a lot. In this exact same meeting, we approved 2.23, which was to allow a range of small to medium scale housing up to 3 stories in Calder. It was an RS zone to an RM12. It is not even near mass transit, and we approved it. Is it because nobody showed up to speak? Where is our consistency in decision-making? I just asked legal, am I able to reconsider a decision that was already passed? And I can, and I'm legitimately, like, if this fails, I'm legitimately considering doing that, because I did have a bunch of questions I asked admin offline to be respectful of time today, thinking we had such a packed agenda about Calder and how, you know, we've had a lot of debates about RS to RSM 12, and I get the mid-block thing, and I get a few others, but I kind of, in my conversations with administration, led to, okay, yeah, you're right, this is still within all of the things that we are pointing towards, so I didn't throw a fuss. But we need, so say, like, I feel like poor Calder. This is the same issue that happened with the transitional housing. Nobody spoke, so Calder, like, we have to be mindful of making decisions that are consistent and equitable, whether people have the capacity to show up or not. So is the decision that we're not going to entertain RS to RM, or is the decision that we're going to follow our guiding principles and support it? I really feel for administration, because I'm this confused. I can only imagine how confused they are trying to give guidance to applicants and people coming to public hearing. I completely appreciate where the ward councillor is coming from, and in doing exactly what I did with the Pembina item, in reflecting the desire of the community. And so I know exactly, I'm not questioning that, and I just want to be clear about the difference. But I genuinely think, and I've said this before at another public hearing, like, if we are going to start to deny these, we need to also do a subsequent with some guidance to what is the rationale. Because the rationale cannot be because people have capacity and time to show up at public hearing. That, it can't be. So.
Point of order.
No. I'm in the middle of my speaking too.
You finish, go ahead.
So I agree with Councillor Wright in that we do need to make sure that schools that have capacity can have people living near them. So from that perspective, I also think it's good. But like, again, I'm just really grappling with continuity and consistency. That was a foundational principle of the zoning bylaw renewal, was around equity. And it was making sure that it didn't matter which parcel you lived in what neighborhood you lived in, that the rights to develop would be the same across the city. And some call that negative and blanket rezoning, but it was an intentional decision so that we wouldn't get the dynamics where neighborhoods that can't have the capacity as easily and accessibly to show up at public hearing don't unintendedly get all the developments that are not wanted in any other neighborhood. So and I'm not saying that that was what the ward councillor is doing. I just want to be very clear. I know exactly where Councillor Salvador is coming from in her non-support and speaking to her rationale behind that. But I'm really confused. So maybe somebody else will help me understand. Maybe Councillor Knack, I'm going to put it to you now. You're speaking after me, so you can help me understand, or Councillor Paquette might want to come on the board and speak to it too. I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. I didn't want to interrupt you in your train of thought and speaking. Councillor Paquette, you had a point of order.
Yeah, I appreciate the decorum, but a point of order was called for in that moment. Mr. Merritt, I understand the passion, but a councillor cannot, even in their closing, start to ascribe motivation to other members of council for the rationale for their vote.
Noted. Councillor Knack?
Mr. Mayor?
Oh, go, carry on, sorry.
The point of order is that should be retracted.
What specifically did I say?
Specifically, if we are going to start to deny these, we need to also do a subsequent with some guidance to what is the rationale, because the rationale cannot be because people have capacity and time to show up at public hearing. And that ascribes a motivation or a rationale to other councillors that the reason for their vote is because people showed up for public hearing.
I'm going to leave it to the chair to rule, but I don't think that was out of order with just generally talking. There was no intention of ascribing any motivation to any councillors, nor did I call out anybody saying that their vote was decided based on who showed up. So I stand behind my comments.
Okay. All right, we're going to carry on. Councillor Knack, to go for your closing remarks, please.
Mr. Chair, I believe I'm the closer.
Oh, I'm not closing remarks. His closing remarks. On his closing remarks,
course,
not
thank
to
you.
close the item. Okay.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. No, and you know, I appreciate the tension. I think we've had the most tension of the RSM zone, and we've been trying to navigate this in a way, and we've made some changes recently, actually, to update the rules around where RSM isn't used. And I would agree, generally speaking, with the idea that if there's going to be a constant sort of back and forth on the RSM zone, I do think then further policy guidance would be needed, because if we're constantly finding that we're either supporting or we're having these mixed set of votes, that's not good practice, and it doesn't help provide that clarity that I think I just heard about. Although, of course, there's always going to be nuance. That's the whole point of this public hearing process. Sometimes there will be just very unique circumstances that have arisen that cause somebody to have a different view, even though the policy says one thing. So as I've sort of thought through this on this particular one, I'm reflecting on a few pieces. I hear the ward councillor's remarks. I'm thinking about a few things, and this is always the challenge, is that there's so many different communities that have developed differently. There's, I think, in most of the wards we represent, there are probably communities where we have apartment buildings surrounding schools. That's not common in every neighborhood. I think I have about 4 or 5 where it's actually an apartment building that surrounds the school, and that's in the middle of the community. And then for all the other communities, it's only the apartment buildings or the larger forms of density on the exterior and nothing on the interior, including beside the schools. Because those were done at the development of the community, 50 plus years ago, it maybe doesn't have that same perception of impact because it was there at the start. I'm looking at this particular site and I'm not seeing maybe the same concern of the ward councillor right now. I think that alley separation does really matter for the home adjacent to the north. I think, you know, even taking into context, and this is why we're going through, is looking at it, is that, you know, I know that I think in this case that particular home has their garage actually closest to the property line, which would be more adjacent to that site, and so I'm not as worried about the concerns around overlook or impact in the same way I might be if the garage was right at the back and it was a big yard, and so this is always why it's important to have local context. The Collector Road is a valid piece. It's beside a commercial development, which would have the potential to be much higher, and then this zone is meant to be that transition from something that is a higher build form, and across the street they could do up to a 4-story building in the future, and likely over time that will be turned into a 4-story building. So with that in mind, I'm looking at this site and I'm seeing that this is meant to be the transition site from higher density. I think that makes sense. I think the distance to the LRT, I mean, generally speaking, yes, we use 400, but we, in transit-oriented guidelines, when we talked about it over the decade, we have talked about that 800 meter at times. The 800 meter would be used typically for lower scale development, not an apartment building, as an example. And so where we have this transitional zone that is between that 400 to 800 meters, I think that's a bit more of a reasonable placement for it. So for me, I think I'm comfortable with this. I'll take some time to listen to some of the other closing comments from colleagues here. But I believe this is a location where that type of development, that type of transitional zone from where it's situated feels like it would be a logical place for it. So I'll support this, but keeping an open mind until I hear my next council colleague, Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I just wanted to respond to the question raised a moment ago. For the 2 properties in Calder, earlier on the agenda, I used to live in Skyview, lived there for a long time, drove up and down 127th Street hundreds of times. That is an extremely busy road. It is the definition of a primary corridor, and it's in transition. There's lots of multifamily all along that street, more every day. This is the 2 earlier I saw as a continuation of what has been happening there for years and years. The item that's before us at the moment, I view to be very different in Avonmore, and I think if this site becomes a 12-unit site, then that will be the first one in. The results in a number of other sites along 73rd Avenue becoming 12-unit sites. And I don't think that that is necessary to initiate that process at that time. That's the difference that I have between the 2. I won't be supporting this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Yeah, I won't be supporting this either. And I have not supported a number of other similar type of rezoning applications that came before council in the past while. I think going from 1 unit to 8 is large enough density, which allows us to go inwards and increase their goal of densification in these existing neighborhoods. But I find it that going from 8 to possibly 12 and site coverage of 45% to 60%, that's a concern. And minimum rear setback from 5.5 meter to 10 meter. This is not consistency and the kind of, from my perspective, the social contract that we have with neighbors, with communities, sorry. And if we can't stick to that social contract, then we cause a lot of confusion and uncertainty, and that give rises to people questioning whether we are listening to them or not. I think it's important. It's not, I think what the the existing zone was recently approved. We only implemented our zoning overall in January 1st, 2024. So it's not that these are outdated regulations that we have in place that we need to update. We recently updated them, and I think we need to stick to them. It's not just, it's a bigger lot than normal, but it's not a huge lot. It's only like 600 meter is required for 8 units. It's only 4,500 square meter larger than that. So to me, it does not make sense. So I would not be supporting this. Councillor Jans?
Thank you. I will be supporting this. I think when we look at, we as a city have invested over $5 billion in the Southeast Valley Line LRT and the West End LRT. We need more housing close to more places where people want to live. I think about the housing diversity mix in my ward. Many of sites like this, if you crossed out the neighborhood and I didn't know what it was, I would expect to see apartments around the school and the park, and especially within a 5-minute walk to an LRT. Similarly in Belgravia, which we dealt with recently, there's 6-story apartments close to the transit station. This is at a similar distance. You would see six stories, not 6 units. You would be also looking at. It's interesting. Earlier, somebody said, "Well, somebody is trying to upzone this because a developer or somebody wants to make money." Well, how does one make money? They have to have something that people want to rent, or they have to have something that people want to buy. And people want to rent, and people want to buy, and people want to live close to transit, where they can drive less, where they can save money, where they can save money on rent, they can save money on cost of living, they can save money by maybe having a 1-car family or a 0-car family, not a 2 or a 3-car family. They want to live close to all of the employment we have all over on Argyle Road and in that area. Living steps to the LRT station like this would be a dream for so many folks. And this is, we didn't just put the train in to surround it with low-scale development. A lot of us have all talked about the need for TOD. The federal government has set 800 meters for TOD. We've had city guidelines around TOD. And again, it comes back to this neighborhood and others like it don't have a diversity of housing the same way many others do. When you look at Garneau, it's now less than 30% of homes in Garneau are to the scale of Avonmore. I think we heard some other concerns about concerns about impact on property value. We know time and time again that infill does not lower property value. Multi-family developments do not lower property value of adjacent areas. In fact, they're an indication in many cases that this is somewhere where people want to live. This is somewhere where people want to build their family and build their home and build their community. And remember, families do come in all shapes and sizes. I think we don't talk about the counterfactual enough. So if we're not saying, okay, fine, you can't have an additional 4 units close to this train. So where are they going to live then? Where are they going to rent then? Where are we going? Are we just going to expect them to be built in my ward, or expect them to be built in the suburbs, or expect urban sprawl to continue? There's a reason why we invested billions of dollars in a train system as a city. There's a reason why over the last 20 years, our predecessors have all been trying to build a different kind of city that's less focused just on you must own a car to you may own a car, and you may have other transportation choices. So if we want to look at more housing choices, more transportation choices close to where people want to live, we need to offer these kinds of choices. I have a family member recently who is living in a row house in a mature neighborhood, just moved into one of these new row houses constructed in the last year, and they love it because it's 7 minutes from school, 7 minutes from work. It's in the location that they want to be. They don't want a massive yard. They want something that's convenient. They want something that has location, efficiency, and proximity. And when we set the zoning bylaw, we did, as the mayor said, we did make a contract with the RS zone. But we also layered in other modifiers for these specific reasons, that there's areas where we still want to see 6 to 8 stories, or 20 stories, or more. It's not just RS blanket zoning. There's tapering throughout the city in a whole bunch of different places in a whole bunch of different ways. And one of the ones that we've all voted for, to Councillor Rutherford's point, is the framework around, we do agree that there should probably be more density around transit and major centers of employment. And I think that's what we have before us today. So a city that was built, a one-size-fits-all city, one kind of form of home 50 years ago, will be going through change, especially when we as a city have invested in $1 billion transit line right here. And I think it's indicative here when you look at the response. There were 5 responses received, 3 had opposition, but then 2 needed more questions. I think people by and large expect that this kind of change is coming. And I would say if you don't vote for this today, you're more likely going to see a lot more of that extreme change, the Toronto style, where you have 40 stories in one spot and then single-family homes in the other. We got to have more blending and tapering. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move second reading.
Okay,
Second.
please vote.
Just waiting on one vote. Councillor Rutherford. Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move consideration of third reading.
Second.
Please vote for consideration.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move third reading.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. We are carrying on to next item. 3.25, Bylaw 21249, to allow for a range of small to medium scale housing governor. Exempted by Councillor Knack. All right, we're going to ask administration to make a presentation.
Good afternoon. This application proposes to rezone a site in the Grosvenor neighborhood from a direct control zone and the small-scale residential zone to the small to medium-scale transition residential zone with a height modifier of 14 meters. Next slide, please. Located on a corner lot, the site is well connected to a variety of amenities and services that can be reached within 7 minutes walking. This includes bus service along Stony Plain Road, Ravine Park, the future LRT station, which is the Grosvenor 142nd Street LRT station, among others. Next slide, please. When compared with the current DC2 and RS zone, the proposed RSM H14 zone would allow for an overall larger building footprint. The slide shows the comparable massing models of these two zones for visual comparison. Though the scale of development is considered to be an underdevelopment along this corridor, the site has the added benefit of being surrounded by roads or lanes on 3-4 sides. This helps to buffer the impacts on the surrounding properties. Next slide, please. Through engagement, we heard feedback from 20 residents, 19 of whom were in opposition and 1 in support. Some of the main concerns included the potential increase in parking congestion in the area, that the proposed height is too tall and will cast a shadow on adjacent properties, that the absence of an alley presents potential challenges concerning garbage collection, deliveries, and access for emergency services, that it does not align with the existing character of the neighborhood, that the proposed density is too high, and that the mature elm trees could be impacted by the proposed redevelopment. The resident in support of the proposal is of the view that the proposal will fit with the existing townhouses in the area, and the proposed density increase is suitable for this location due to its proximity to the new LRT line. Next slide, please. In the Jasper Place District Plan, the site is located within the Stony Plain Primary Corridor, and district policy supports low-rise development as proposed through this rezoning throughout primary corridors. Next slide, please. Administration recommends that City Council approve this bylaw. It aligns with the Jasper Place District Plan by supporting the intensification of a primary corridor, and it enables people to easily complete their daily needs within close proximity to active travel options and a variety of services and amenities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have one speaker in favor, Ryan Eidick. Do you want to come down? Whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, good morning, Your Worship or good afternoon, Your Worship and Council. I'm Ryan Eidick. I'm with Eins Consulting, and we're the applicants on behalf of the landowners that purchased and consolidated these two lots. I don't have a ton more to say other than what administration said, but the new owners would like to pursue a comprehensive ground-oriented either townhouse or stacked townhouse development. Currently, most of the houses on the west side of 145th Street, they back onto Stony Plain Road, so the vision is to orient them towards Stony Plain Road and 145th Street instead. We feel that the RSM H14 zone aligns pretty well with that, as well as provides that transition from the RMH 23 along the corridor to the east and the existing single-family dwellings to the west. We did coordinate a neighborhood meeting through the Grosvenor Community League back in July. We had 17 residents that live in the area. 2 Community League representatives showed up as well. We presented our overall vision, discussed some general concerns, feedback, the application itself, and we feel that it was a fairly productive meeting, and I hope that's evident by the lack of opposition that we have today, even though we heard some significant stuff early on. Feedback was noted and shared with the landowners. They've since hired an architect. They're ready to go with design if the rezoning application gets approved. And the owners also committed to going back to the Community League. That was a mutual agreement between the Community League, the neighbors, and ourselves. As designs progress, to work out some more of the concerns through the design process. So again, don't really have much more to say. Just want to reiterate, we feel this is a fairly good transitional zone between the east and the west side of 145th Street, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Jens?
No, I'm turning it off. I found the answer. Thank you.
Oh, Councillor Naku exempted this, right? So
yeah, just maybe a few initial questions, because I think, so appreciating it, so you're suggesting the orienting this more towards 145th and then Stony Plain Road. I think one of the concerns I'd heard from some of the residents who had reached out is just what that means for, like, so those on the other side of the avenue close by, and like what does that mean for, like, where you're putting garbage and all of that? Can you walk me through that a little bit more?
For sure. So it really depends on the ultimate site layout, but we met with Waste Management already, and they suggested that we could either go with a communal pickup system or a hand collection system. If it was hand collection, they would be looking at it off of 145th Street or off of the avenue, and if it was communal, it would come off of the avenue entirely. But yeah, no, it's going to be a design problem for sure.
Okay. So this is probably more of an admin question. You would still have to have something facing
the avenue?
The avenue, because there would have to be street facing doors, homes under the rules, correct?
Correct, yeah. So I mean, if you oriented units towards 145th, you could still have entrances facing south. So the existing DC is a good example. So they have all the units face 145th.
That's right.
You could have the same layout, but just have the entrance on the south side facing south, and I believe that would solve that problem, but it doesn't mean buildings have to be along that southern frontage.
Yeah, but I feel like there's a desire to have that. Like, I think that's what I'm trying to make sure we're getting through. So I'll ask him then just to make sure, like, what does that look like, appreciating the current DC that's in place. So, okay, those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nack. Are there any other questions? No, thank you so much. Now we'll go to, I'll check if Desiree Hughes joining us. In opposition? Desiree Hughes? No. Okay, now questions to administration. No, there is?
We have an additional speaker.
Oh,
in
who is
opposition.
that, please? It's not on my list, sorry.
Janet Pavlik.
Janet Pavlik, are you there? Oh, there you are. Thank you. Sorry about that, Janet.
Okay, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I find it interesting to look at what was shown on the screen because it makes our area look like there is so much space. And in actuality, it is really quite a small triangle. And so when we talk about congestion and parking, it's just not that it's an annoyance. It comes down to it actually being a true safety issue. When we look at 145th Street heading west, there is probably a total of 2 parking spots that could be available over the next 3, 4, or 5 blocks. Because the end, that's the west end of that, is a cul-de-sac, so that's closed. To the south, it's a ravine, closed. And to the north, it's Stony Plain Road. So we are in a very enclosed space. And certainly, when I was at that community meeting, people gave comments, and I certainly share those comments, that we want to open up and share that particular community. I mean, we want to live there, other people want to live there too. That would be fine. But to take one corner and to put in up to 18 units is what we were told on what had been 2 lot sizes, to put up to 18 units on that site and to have a maximum of 8 parking spots and no real plan on how any of the waste management is going to go. Imagine if you live across the street from this and on garbage day, if it's going to be hand-pulled, hand-picked garbage, how many bins are going to have to be out there for 18 units? And will they all be placed out at the same time and then taken back home? No, they're going to stay there. There's going to be, at least at this point in time, what was discussed by Ryan and his group, is that there was going to be an access route that's going to allow cars to go, obviously, in and out of that complex. It is just one narrow laneway that is being proposed. There is no way that they can come in and out of the other 3 sites. There's no laneway, there's no side lane. It is truly just a chunk on top of property that has one entrance in and one entrance out. As it stands now, when there are any kind of emergency vehicles that come in, they already have a difficult time maneuvering down that piece and wrapping themselves around to get out of that little cul-de-sac area. So this isn't just that everybody likes to have nice parking. It's also that you're looking at a developed and mature neighborhood that has, as is typical, many double-car driveways. and they're right next to each other, allowing, again, for very little space to park. But the biggest issue is the emergency piece, a piece around even for delivery, for their parking, for their guest parking. There is nowhere to park. That's basically it. They could cross, I guess, cross Stony Plain Road across the LRT tracks if they want to park on that end. But there is truly a very difficult situation as far as the parking goes. So 19 out of 20 is a pretty substantial response in opposition. When you think of there being, I believe, 53 households, so that's a pretty strong response. And we all had the same issues and concern about there being a lack of any alley, side alley, no real plan for the large increase to waste management, and the fact that it appears the property will only be accessible on the south side. It means that single-family homes will face the back of an oversized structure. Possibly the garbage bin situation might impact there. So we really ask that you consider that the current rezoning may be enough, but we're definitely willing and comfortable and accepting of it being 3 stories versus 4. We're very, understanding and willing to have it be a number of units that would make this all very feasible, but not 16 to 18 units. When we're talking about desirable communities, somebody living in an 18-unit building with all of the issues and problems that we see being there is not as desirable as it could be. And we want to, again, have people come in, have people move in. It's a strong neighborhood. It's a strong committee and a strong neighborhood. So I hope that we'd be able to recognize these.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Questions? Councillor Knack?
Thanks, Mayor Sophie, and thanks for being here. So I wanted to check on a few things. So I don't, I know you signed up to speak a little bit later, so I don't know if you were here from the beginning of the meeting.
I was listening to everything.
Perfect. What I was wondering about is in some of the earlier pieces, specific on garbage, I just want to double check if you had a chance to hear that. Finally, there have been changes so that when we're looking at any type of multifamily dwelling, that there is now an opportunity if both if there's a desire to have a communal bin versus trying to have, whether it's 10 bins, 20 bins, 30 bins, we don't have to go down that route anymore. The rules have since been updated. So specific on garbage, I think we have a plan of action now that addresses any multi-unit building across the city. And so I just wanted to know if you were aware of that change.
I'm wondering what a communal bin means. Does that mean literally a dumpster will be on the property?
Yeah, it could mean, smaller, like a community league has in some cases now. We've seen some of that type of approach where you have a communal space, a communal bin that folks can use.
Okay, and so when we're looking, again, because we don't know how many units are going to be there, right?
Yeah.
But if we're looking at it being 16 to 18 units, and 4 stories high, and we're looking at accommodating all that space for those units, and then some parking will need to be available. I'm not sure how all these things can be, and Ryan spoke to that as well. That's a challenge to see how the layout is going to look, so it can be something that actually will be safe to begin with, to move around in, and also to have some appearance that's enhancing for residents in that unit, and for the rest of us that need to look at this.
Yeah, because I'll ask our administration about some of the how it works on a site like this, because I'm thinking about, the suggestion that would be on the access would be on the south actually seems a little harder than if it were, because that lot's well, and it's not like the alley actually continued, but there is sort of an access point on 145th Street just off Stony Plain Road that feels like that would be the more logical place if you were going to have access for parking or things like that versus having people try to travel down 145th, turn onto the avenue, and then sort of come at it from the back, right? Like that to me, if I'm playing that scenario, it feels like it makes more sense to be access to be closer to Stony Plain Road.
Well, I agree.
Yeah, okay, I want to make sure that is your thought process on that as well.
Yeah,
okay.
I agree. I think that does make more sense, and being, again, closer to Stony Plain Road where there is already more congestion, more noise, more of
Yeah.
all those things. It just makes more sense. That,
'Cause
the
even-
part that you were describing,
Yeah.
where you mentioned where it makes sense to kind of, or you see that it might make sense to pull in, that's facing south. It is so very close to the residents right next to it. So it just butts up right against them.
Yeah, that's why I'm looking at the, I think back and I was just re-pulling it up here because I go through it all the time. Like you already have the road, essentially sort of almost a partial road that was created that runs, 20 feet away from Stony Plain Road as sort of an access point by the power pole. So I'm curious if that makes more sense for any type of change that would be happening there. Okay. Okay, I want to do, let's see, I've asked about that. Yeah, I think most of my questions are going to be for administration. I guess, well, the only other question I wanted to ask, and I don't know if you had too much to say in your comments there, so I want to just expand on it. Because the maximum height under the current zoning, we are talking about a 12-story, sorry, not 12-story, 12-meter high building. We're talking about a 14-meter high, which is adding, give or take, about 6-7 feet, and it's already situated sort of, at the northernmost part of the community. That feels to me less impactful because of where it's situated, and I guess I wanted to get your take on that.
Yes. In fact, when we were at the community meeting, a number of us commented on that would appear to make more sense.
Okay,
Yes.
that's helpful. Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to confirm that. So, okay, those are all my questions for you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. We have concluded questions to you. And when we come back after our 15-minute break, we will go to questions to administration. We'll be back at 3:45.
can be explored along this.
Okay, sorry. I guess the question is, legally, based off how the zone is designed, is there anything that currently prevents actually having 8 separate entry points from the avenue for those cars?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
We have the access design guidelines, and they will inform us as we go through the development permit process. And we're confident that that will provide us the direction that we need
So
to
that
evaluate.
shouldn't allow that to happen then, right? I guess what I'm trying to figure, because again, that feels like it's sort of counter to what we strive for when we're allowing driveway access, things like that. This is a single parcel, so it feels like if you would need like one access to access parking, however then you design it, versus like 8 separate access points over a local sidewalk. Because a lot of these are front drives, I get that. But because it's one parcel, you couldn't do 8 separate access points, right? Or what is in our guidelines or our policy that would prevent that? And if
So
there
we'd
isn't,
have to get back to you on that. I'm
Okay.
sorry, we'd have to look it up.
Okay. Because I think that's the part we want to make sure we're avoiding. I'm guessing when I invite Mr. Hines down, or Mr. Isaac down, that we'll talk about that. But I just think if that isn't something that we can prevent right now, we might want to have a separate conversation, a separate time. Okay. Okay. Well, those are my questions for admin, and then I'll have questions for new information, please.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Are there any other questions to administration or folks in favor or opposition? I'm seeing none. So, new information. Yeah, I'll come. Are there any questions from council on new information to folks in opposition, in favor, or to administration? Councilor Knack.
Yes, thanks, Mayor Sohi. So you heard the questions. I know you're going to grab your seat as you shuffle along there. Can you just walk me through a little bit more about, like, I hear that you're suggesting maybe using the avenue a little bit more as an access, but can you talk about how that is and sort of what your commitments are? And I just want to make sure that we're not actually looking to create 8 separate vehicle access points onto a road that wouldn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah, through your worship to Councillor Knack. So we have no commitments. When we did the rezoning application, we get a set of comments back from the city.
Yeah.
Those comments said access from 145 is going to be challenging because of everything that they've already stated, access management guidelines, but it would be reviewed at the development permit stage. So when we went to the community league, we went with kind of the lowest common denominator, like access is likely going to be from 101 because that's what we heard. It was there that we met people like Janet who brought up, hey, this actually sucks and we would like something else. So you know, we have no commitments, and we're happy with whatever access we're granted, and we're like 145th Street is great, and we pushed back a little bit to the city, but we didn't get very far.
So maybe that's my question. What I'm hearing you want to do is not, so I've heard our concerns from our other speaker who would say, maybe don't have 8 access points off 101 Avenue if you're doing something for parking. I'm hearing you don't want to do that. In fact, in an ideal world, if we could have some flexibility from the city, you might even want to use 145th Street because you already have an opening there, a partial opening, leading it's about 20 feet off the road. You don't want to create you want to have I'm guessing, if you're going to do 8 parking stalls, a single access in to access 8 parking stalls.
I'm not sure that it matters at this point to us. I think like I'm attracted to a creative design problem, and that's what this is. So I'm not saying that one is better than the other, but we're open to pretty much anything that works for us, the city, and the community. So
I guess what I'm hearing from community is that one or two would probably be better than 8 access points, and would you agree? Would you prefer that?
We heard that. I would say it wasn't unanimous, but yes, we did hear that from the community as well, yeah.
Okay, yeah, because I think that's just the part. I'm just trying to make sure from a practical perspective how you accomplish those goals. I think the rest I can understand, but there's a footprint, please. Can I ask about the garbage too? If you're looking to do a multi-unit up to 18 units potentially, would you want to be going down the path of a communal bin versus everyone having their own? Again, I know you still want to do some work, you figure out layout. I'm guessing you would then also then be working with community on
Correct.
how to do it best, but there's an openness to that versus 36 bins.
Yes, and it was the exact same conversation, basically. We had proposed the communal bin, and some of the residents said, we don't want to stare at a dumpster.
Oh, I see.
So we went back to Waste Management and said, hey, is there another option? They said, bring us something and we will look at it. So, like, if I can just say one thing, it's we're open to working with everybody on this for sure. We're not committed to anything in general.
So if this were to be approved, what I'm gathering is that there's an opportunity for, you would want to be going back out to connect with those community members for the meeting that like to figure out how you resolve those outstanding concerns.
Yeah, and we expressed that at the public meeting. The Community League said that they would help us facilitate it and advertise for it, so yeah, absolutely.
So that is part of the plan. You've already given that public commitment. Okay, that helps me a lot more understand this. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Wright?
Just very quickly, so the number of parking stalls you're intending on having in this complex?
So the owners want to get as close to a 1-to-1 parking ratio as possible. Again, what we showed at the public meeting was a concept that showed if everything was just surface parking with one singular access. But the owners do want they feel this area would benefit from a 1-to-1 parking ratio as close to as possible.
Okay, and being on the Valley, or not the Valley, Valley Line West,
Yep.
I mean, your intended residents may not even need parking, right? What's your target?
Yeah, it's possible, and that's the target is pretty much anybody at this point. We haven't gone down the road too far, but there's conversations that have already been had about the previous application about distance. We're about 500 meters away from 2 different stations, so there would be maybe a market for that, but that hasn't been determined right now.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. So that concludes the questions on new information. We are ready to close the public hearing. Can someone move?
Yeah, Mayor Sohi, I can move closure of the public hearing on item 3.25.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. And we will mark Councillor Hamilton absent with notice.
Okay.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I can move first reading of item 3.25.
Okay. Need a seconder? Councillor Jans?
Second.
Okay, we have first reading on the floor. Anyone to speak? Councillor Knack to close?
Sure. Thanks, Mayor Sohi. So just a few thoughts on this. I appreciate that this is absolutely within the primary corridor. This is, contrary to maybe other applications that we've had over the last couple of months, this is sort of where we want to have our density. This is where we want to see higher forms of density. Generally speaking, not taking into account the specific uniqueness of the lot, which I will touch on soon. We've seen even one block east, a 4-story building that's been in the community for a little while. This is where I think we want to see that type of investment in higher density forms. The only thing that at all caused me any concern, as we heard through the discussion, was just how the site is situated and how you navigate some of the uniqueness of that site. I don't think that's a reason to say no to this, especially because I've heard the commitment and the fact that the two parties are even sitting 1 seat apart gives me hope that that this is not the end of the conversation, but the beginning of the conversation. There was a meeting on July 8th, I know, that happened, and I got invited. I only got invited with 2 days' notice, so I couldn't make that one, but I hear a desire from both the applicant and at least one of the community reps, and I think you were included on that email that the community sent out earlier today, to figure out how to resolve the garbage piece, because my guess, and while you had mixed feedback, is that I think the majority of the community would probably want to not have 30 plus bins. They would rather have a smaller bin. That feels like it's a more logical approach. We're seeing that in a few types of developments. Similarly, just the access point for those parking stalls, I hear a willingness and a desire to have 1-to-1. And even though it's so close to LRT, I actually do expect this is an area that probably will offer parking, because that part of Grosvenor is a bit more car-centric than even the other side of the street. So I expect there's a desire from the owner of the site to actually provide parking. But most importantly, I've heard a desire to not have like 8 access points off the avenue, because that would be really silly and I think be really disruptive and actually truly negatively impactful to the area. So I've heard a willingness to address that, and I think there's a few different ways. What I would encourage the community residents to do, and I'll make sure we share that with the other folks in the email, is if there's a willingness to really consider that access off 145th Street, where there's already essentially the opening and the curb already, that could be really valuable if everyone was willing to sort of get behind that. Then you're not directing a lot of traffic to the other space. So anyway, I think those are easily overcome things, but I appreciate the sort of the openness from both parties to talk through that, and I expect the Community League will help navigate that process as well. So I would encourage folks to support this application based off a variety of other factors, but work through the challenges.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohiel moves second reading of item 3.25.
Councillor Jain seconded it.
Yes.
Thank you. Please vote.
Just waiting on one vote. Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohiel move consideration of third reading on item 3.25.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohiel move third reading of bylaw 21249.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, the next item is,
Mr. Mayor,
yeah,
was that third reading?
yeah, was third
That was
reading.
consideration?
No, that was third. We passed third reading, 3 readings.
Sorry.
Yeah. Okay, now we are going to go to 3.26, bylaw 21255, to law for medium scale housing in Belgravia. Okay. We do have folks in opposition, so we're going to go to administration for a presentation.
Good afternoon. This application proposes to rezone a site in the Belgravia neighborhood from the small-scale residential zone to the medium-scale residential zone with a height modifier of 16 meters. Next slide, please. The site is located on the south side of University Avenue, adjacent to the University Garneau Major Node, and in close proximity to the River Valley and its trail system. The site is well served by multiple active travel options, including a bike route on the University Avenue Service Road, a shared pathway along Saskatchewan Drive to the west, a bike route along 115th Street, and a shared pathway along 114th Street. There is also bus and LRT service along 114th Street with both the McKernan Belgravia Station and the Health Sciences Jubilee LRT Station located within 600 meters of the site. Next slide, please. When compared with the existing RS zone, the proposed RMH16 zone enables a larger building with more dwellings, increased maximum height, and reduced setbacks from University Avenue and the alley. The RM zone contains flexible regulations that allow the building design to respond to the site context. For example, the middle model on the slide shows a design scenario where interior setbacks are smaller when the height of the building is shorter. A building at 12 meters or shorter has setbacks of 1.5 meters, whereas a building at 16 meters has setbacks of 3 meters. Next slide, please. Through engagement, we heard from 10 people. 1 respondent had questions only, and 9 respondents were in opposition and shared a variety of concerns. The concerns included that the development would decrease privacy and increase shadowing for surrounding neighbors, that the added density from this development would increase traffic congestion and parking issues in the area, that infill redevelopment here should be limited to the small-scale housing, and a concern that the area's infrastructure and population cannot support the scale of development here. Next slide, please. Within the Scona District Plan, the site is located in the urban mixed land use designation and is directly adjacent to the University Garneau major node. The urban mix supports development at the edges of nodes and corridors that provides transition to the scale of the surrounding development. The medium-scale residential zone enables a transition from the larger building forms of the major node to the predominantly small-scale housing found in the interior of the Belgravian neighborhood. Therefore, this proposal aligns with the land use policy in this area. Next slide, please. Additionally, district policy supports low-rise development at sites along arterial roadways and adjacent to sites zoned for greater than small-scale development or for commercial and mixed-use development. As the site is along University Avenue and arterial roadway and adjacent to a site with the alternative jurisdiction zone, the proposed zone further aligns with district policy. Next slide, please. Administration supports this application. It is aligned with the direction in the Scona District Plan and District Policy, and it supports development at the edge of a major node that provides transition to small-scale housing in the neighborhood interior. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I'll call Burton Yu and William Ian. Please come down to make a presentation in favor. Please go ahead. Each of you will have 5 minutes to make your presentation. Then after that, council members may have questions of you.
Sure, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and councilors.
If you don't mind, could please move close to the mic. There you go. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and councilors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Burton Xu, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Everforth Studio, for this 11571 University Avenue. I'd like to summarize our rezoning application from RS to RM16, height 16, and share why we believe this is the right scale in the right place for the right residents. Next slide, please. So this site is within the Scona District Corridor Network. Our intention is to deliver a modest multi-unit housing with step-backs and privacy-minded design that blends into the existing streetscape and respects neighbors. These homes are intended for University of Alberta students and young professionals who want to live near campus and primarily walk, bike, or take transit. Next slide, please. We've heard the 3 main categories of the concerns. First, about the building height and intensity. So while the RM16 zone permits up to 16 meters, our proposal is actually for a 3-story apartment building only. We are not seeking additional height. We are working closely with our architect to ensure a context-sensitive building that complements adjacent properties. Next slide, please. So secondly, about the parking and traffic. So there are no on-site vehicle parking is proposed. Instead, we are provide secure indoor bicycle storage. This project is designed for car-light households within easy reach of campus and frequent transit. So parking demand is expected to be minimal. This is an intentional choice that aligns with the corridor policy and supports sustainable transportation. So this is a small 3-story infill project. Construction will be staged from the service road while possible. The foundation concrete pours will be brief and scheduled, and we will coordinate to minimize the traffic impact during the construction. Next slide, please. Just to reiterate, although the RM-H16 zone permits 16 meters, we are committing to a 3-story building that step backs and streetscape friendly design to protect the privacy and fit the block. Over the summer, students from university actually reached out to us saying that near-campus options are increasingly scarce. So this project adds on a small number of well-located homes to help meet the need. Next slide, please. We aim to add lasting value to the neighborhood. That is a well-designed, bike-friendly building that aligns with city growth strategies while meeting the evolving housing needs of younger residents near campus. It's a practical contribution to housing choice in a location that supports living without a car. In closing, we believe this rezoning brings together careful design, an appropriate location, and a clear resident profile. It addresses a real and growing housing need, scaled appropriately to the block. We are committed to being good neighbors through construction and long after first occupancy. Thank you for your consideration, and I respectfully ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to William Ian.
Good afternoon, Major, City Council, City Admin, and neighbors. Next slide, please. Next slide. This is the air photo we are looking for the north. As you can see, the university just across the road, across the University Avenue. This is a perfect station for all the site built for the university student or younger professional. Next slide, please. This is looking east towards the University Avenue, and as you can see on the one lot after, there's a 4 lot already consolidated and it's rezoning to RMH16. And at far behind that one, it will be University Heights, which is a 6-story apartment, big one. And as previous presenter said, the E-Studio, which is behind that University High, also 6 stories. Next slide, please. Second, I want to just bring some history of that district plan. Around 10 years ago, we have the McKernan Belgravia ARP, and at that time, we always, city always to plan the high density or medium density development along the university and the 114th Street. As you can see, that site is just beside that area, which is on the upper left. Next slide, please. This is similar from the ARP, and as you can see, a lot of buildings already built, like along the 76th Avenue one, and a lot of them are planned, and basically that's a major corridor. Next slide, please. Recently, city just approved priority growth area, which is on the east of the university. As you can see, our site is on the west and south of the university. But as you, the university occupy a large area. If the student with the engineering, the science, or the medical school, I think our site is much closer to those priority growth area on the east. Students just can walk along the 116th Street and go the engineering department, like the science department, very easily and very convenient. Next slide, please. This is a sample, like Burden described before. We are not looking for more than 3 stories. This is one project we just did on the 100th Street and 86th Avenue, 3-story, and it's not like a dominant like micro unit. It's combined with the 1 bedroom and 2 bedroom. That's all for my presentation. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Questions, colleagues? Questions to applicant? No? Okay. Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate that. Next, we will go to community member in opposition, Rob Kearns. Are you there? Rob Kearns? No? All right. Questions to admin? Okay, any questions to administration? Okay, any questions on new information? Okay, we are ready to close the public hearing.
I'll move closure.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move first reading.
Second.
Okay, we have first reading on the floor. Anyone to speak? Council Jens to close.
Nothing further.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move second reading.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
Point of order, Mr. Rice. Mr. Mayor.
Yes. Yes, Councilor Rice?
I voted incorrect for the first reading.
Oh, for first reading? Can we recall the first reading, please? Please vote on the first reading.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. It'll be up in just a moment.
Okay. Here we go. Please vote for the first reading.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move second reading.
Second.
Please vote for the second reading.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move consideration of third.
Second.
Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move third and final reading.
Second.
Please vote for the final reading.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Just waiting on one more, Councillor Wright. Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. It is carried. And we are moving along to item 3.27, bylaw 21256. McKernan. All right, we're going to go to administration for a presentation.
Good afternoon. This application proposes to rezone a site in the McKernan neighborhood from the small-scale residential zone to the small to medium-scale transition residential zone with a maximum height of 12 meters. This next slide, please. The site is located at the corner of 75th Avenue and 113th Street and is well served by multiple travel options, including a protected bike lane on 76th Avenue, a bike route along 112th Street, and a shared pathway, bus service, and LRT service along 114th Street. The McKernan-Belgravia LRT station is approximately 270 meters from the site. The site is in close proximity to both the 114th Street and 76th Avenue secondary corridors. Next slide, please. A permit for, next slide. A permit for 7 dwellings was issued in July 2024 under the current RS zone, and construction is underway. Next slide, please. The RSM H12 zone. Through engagement, we heard from 7 people. 9 respondents were in opposition and shared a variety of concerns, including that ongoing construction is not following the rules, that construction and operation of intense infill developments create nuisance and waste, a belief that the applicants should have to disclose and be held to their intent in the rezoning process, and concern that this level of infill development decreases greenery and creates hostile environments for wildlife. The supportive respondent stated that densification like this leads to more community affordability and support for local businesses. Next slide, please. Within the Scona District Plan, the site is located in the urban mixed land use designation, outside of any node or corridor area. Due to the proposal's location, it aligns with Urban Mix Policy 2525 in the overarching district policy, which supports more intense small-scale residential development with greater massing on corner sites that meet at least one of 3 contextual criteria. Because the proposed rezoning is on a corner site that is both within 100 meters of a node or corridor and within 400 meters of a mass transit station, more intense, small-scale residential development is supported here. Next slide, please. The RSM H12 zone overall allows for a larger building. There would be an increase in the maximum height from 10.5 to 12 and an increase in the maximum site coverage from 45 to 60%. In addition, the RSM zone does not have a maximum number of dwellings. Next slide, please. Administration supports this application. It supports the objectives of the city plan by increasing residential density at an appropriate location near mass transit, active modes of transportation, and a variety of other services and amenities. It proposes a scale that is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood and aligned with the direction in the Scona District Plan and District Policy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We will go to Brad Thiessen.
Yep, I'm here.
Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
Sure, thanks. Hi, so my name is Brad. I live very close to this site, right here in McKernan. I'm a father with 2 kids, 2 young kids. We walk and bike around here pretty much every day, and I'm here to support this rezoning. In my opinion, it's just such a fantastic spot for more housing. I mean, it's really close to the McKernan-Belgravia LRT station. There's bus routes nearby, bike lanes. University is just a walk away. It's pretty much like the perfect spot where we should be putting more homes. I know I bike a lot, and I can often see, like, for example, how bad Fox Drive can get backed up with cars going to and from the university. I believe that's just because there's so many students and professors that have to live way out because there isn't enough housing close by. So every person that can live closer is just essentially one less car in the lineup. So that's good for everyone. I also walk my daughter to McKernan school every morning, and there's lots of cars still circling and trying to drop kids off because, again, families can't afford to live nearby the school, so they end up having to drive. So if we can let more families live close to the school, that means more kids can walk or bike. And yeah, honestly, like more friends as well for my kids to play with after school at the playground. So in general, I just think, yeah, it's a good idea to have more housing, good for everyone, good for the community. I do understand, like, some neighbors are worried about construction and losing greenery, and I understand that, but I think, like, is this the right spot for, row housing or even a small apartment? I would say, yep, it definitely is. The city plan encourages homes near the LRT, and that's exactly what this is. So yeah, I think we should approve this. More neighbors means stronger community, less traffic, and more affordable housing. So anyways, thanks for listening.
Thank you so much. Any questions to Brad Thiessen or Adam Yang or William Ian? Councillor Jans, go ahead, please.
Thank you. If I may to the applicants, if you can come down, if I can ask you a question. Yeah, sure. Miss Guestian would be great. Maybe while they're coming down, Guest Thiessen, can I just clarify? So you're aware the building is almost, like, it appears almost fully constructed. What's your feeling around the sort of the feeling of I don't know what to say, procedural fairness or something, that you're 90% done and then there's an additional ask coming up?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm aware, obviously, that the building is mostly under construction and mostly complete at this point. So I'm not 100% sure what the rezoning is for exactly, but from watching past hearings, we're supposed to judge the site on whether it's an appropriate land use for RSM, and I can see why that's an appropriate use for it. So that's sort of what I'm basing my support of this rezoning for. Okay. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay, that's helpful. Now that the applicant's here, if I may go to Guestian, so could you just reiterate what exactly are you proposing here?
Councillor Jess, like you said, the building is almost done. We applied this one a long time ago, and the only reason we do this rezoning is we have one more unit in the basement, and we're looking for the additional unit for that one.
And so what about the garage?
No garage this time.
So this is different than the last situation.
Last situation we have 10 meters. This one we don't have 10 meters, so we cannot do the garage.
So you don't plan on vaulting the roof, lifting it up, putting in another floor?
No. I guarantee that. Yeah.
Okay, and you're not planning on. I guess, what are you planning on doing in the back area then in terms of site?
Just the parking, the concrete parking.
Okay. And can you help me understand why are you asking for an additional unit now when the building looks almost constructed?
Councillor, this one is the same situation as August 25th. We applied the variance, but the variance is denied because they cannot issue those kind of variance in the development permit stage, so we go the rezoning.
But I'm guessing, like, you've framed the house, you've done the basement, you've got, these are the rooms, so you have one room that you've already constructed, but it's not legal? Or it's just not done? Have you not finished
It's
the basement?
empty. It's our sorry, yeah. It's empty at all, yeah. It's you can go there and take a look, yeah.
So the basement is empty.
That's
and
right.
You're making a decision today whether the basement is going to have 2 rooms or 3 rooms, is that correct?
That's right, yeah. If it's not approved, we just leave it empty. Because I cannot have additional unit, right?
Right. Right. So, but wouldn't it, like, I'm trying to think, when I did a basement, I had a plan for this is how many bedrooms, and if we didn't do that plan, we'd just do one bedroom with more common space. Like, surely you'll find a use for the space, right?
Yes, we find the space to some kind of use, yeah, not for the single separate unit. It's not the unit anymore, yeah, it will be storage or something.
It just seems like a lot of time, money, energy to come through to go through all of this for your client for an additional one bedroom.
It's my client's decision. In the beginning, I do ask, is that worth enough or something? Yeah, they said it's good, yeah, because they keep the property for a long time, right? They have CMHC, it's going to be at least 10 years rental.
So right now it's RS, which means it can have 8 units, but you're asking to go to RSM 12, which could allow for 9 units?
No, Councillor suggests it's not the situation. The site not large enough for 8 units.
So what are you at now?
We are 7 units.
So you're at 7 units so it can't be the maximum of RS. I'm guessing you had less than 600 square meters.
That's right. Yeah, we are.
And what you're asking for is to put one in. Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
I think I understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jens. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. So I'm just wondering, so the foundation and everything is poured, like how are you going to have access to this other basement suite? Because you need a separate entrance, right?
Yes, the separate entrance is already there.
But yet you weren't planning on having this extra basement suite there. Why did you put an entrance on it?
Because it's approved, we can just convert it to a separate unit, right?
It sounds to me like you might have already been planning to do this. I don't know.
Councillor Wright, yeah. This one is a corner lot, and we don't occupy the back of the lot. We are in the front. We dig it down and get another access. If it's not usable, you cannot see on the street. The neighbors is not affected as well. It's in the front and dig down for sink yard like that.
Okay, so I'm looking at the picture of the property in the report, and I can see, I think 1, 2, 3 doors facing out onto the street. Where's the access for the basement suites?
That's a good question. It's facing the street as well, 113 street, but it's a sink yard. You cannot see it in the front, the street view. You cannot see it because it's going down.
Okay, but then I still don't know where you're going to put the other. You've got access to 3 basement suites below.
Yes.
And you want to put a 4th basement suite, but where's that access going to come from?
It's going to from front.
But what are you going to do? Dig through the foundation to build another access?
The sink yard already there, combined with the other lot, the other unit. The sinking yard is there already.
Okay, I can see the sinking yard.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But I just don't know where you're going to put another doorway. And why aren't these things being done like from the outset? Why does it seem to be coming up at the last minute all the time to be changing? I think we've had a number of these coming forward, sort of midstream, that you've changed design and.
The reason, just like last time, yeah, we think previous city, I think the law they allowed to do the variance, one more unit from the DP stage, the dam permit stage, when we do the design, and we think that's still the case. But later on, we told by the city admin that not the case anymore. So if we're searching for one more unit, we have to go the rezoning, not the variance.
Okay, and then you said the extra space, if this isn't approved, will just become storage. It won't help to expand one of the basement suites or keep the basement suites all the sort of the same size? Because you've got 3 basement suites right now, correct?
Yes, that's right, yeah.
So you're going to end up splitting one basement suite?
Not really, Councillor Wright. It's already separate because the amazing wall, the party wall is already built there. If we not approved about this one, we cannot use for the other unit. It cannot because the party wall, the fire rated one.
take that wall
Maybe,
down.
okay. So,
But yeah, it'd be nice to be able to see the floor plan, I guess, maybe of the basement, but I don't think we have access to that.
It's 4 units. It's line up, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. The unit 3 and unit 4 cannot be combined basement because there is a fire rating wall between the unit 2
Okay,
and the unit 3.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I still don't know about this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Can I have a second round? Sorry.
Oh, sorry, can you move the second
So
one?
moved.
Second.
Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. And Councillor Stevenson. Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Go ahead.
Yeah, please. So I'm sorry, not sure if I was confused here because I was CC'd on some emails previously about this application. And just to confirm, this is the address 7411 113th Street.
That's correct.
And I'll ask administration, but I believe that in the response I was CC'd on between administration and community member, it seemed to indicate that this is again about the garage or a bonus. No, so I just want to get very clear what you're asking for.
No garage at all because we need 10 meters setback for the garage. We don't have 10 meters, not like the previous one. The previous one on the 11302 and 72 Avenue, we do have the room for the garage. This one we don't.
So even if you wanted to, you don't have enough space between the wall of the building and the alleyway.
That's right. The setback is 10 meters. Yeah, we don't have 10 meters.
Okay, so you could do parking pad there, something like that, or
Yes. Between the garage and the house, we need 3 meters for the fire separation.
okay. I will ask. I appreciate that. Thank you for the clarity. My next questions are for administration. Thank you.
Just Councillor Wright, can you take the chair? I just need clarity. So you built that 4th basement with the understanding that you may get variance, right?
Yeah, my client. Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I'm not meaning you and personally, but your client, right?
Yeah.
But why would you not wait for the variance to be approved before, or your client wouldn't wait for the variance to be approved before start construction?
The design looks like that way, Mayor. If you're looking the layout, the layout is strictly for the line to line, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's in the same line.
Yeah.
Even we change the layout, it's not gonna be work. We cannot use that basement for other unit because the fire rating. We need a straight cut for the firewall.
So you still needed to build that space anyways. Doesn't matter whether you were
It doesn't matter.
whether you were
use
granted
it or
variance.
not. The layout fixed everything. Yeah, if we don't want it, we still need to take it.
Okay. Got it. Thank you. I'll take the chair back. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. So if this were to not move forward, then what would the intention be with the space in the basement?
Pardon me?
If this were to not move forward and not get advanced, just trying to understand what would the space be used for in the basement?
It will be an additional unit with 2 bedroom and a kitchen and a laundry and bathroom. That's a new additional unit.
So sorry, if this is not approved though?
So it's empty now. And
Right.
we will do another dwelling permit application for the secondary suite only for that unit. We're gonna do that. The rezoning don't approve us any plan, just the ability to get an additional unit. Then we do the design for the additional unit, and we do the dwelling permit application, building permit application, whole bunch of the permit application.
Okay. So maybe just another broad question. Do is the intention for this to be kind of a replicable model that your client is looking to do in other parts of the city, or are there other projects that are in the same phase that you'd be looking to bring forward in the same manner that we're discussing today?
It's not in my head. I think this is the last one because the majority of the Everforth application is just already all restored because the middle block we don't do it anymore. Yeah, this is the last one. If I'm right, maybe one more, but most likely this is the last one.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Thank you so much. That concludes the questions to you. And rest of the folks in favor. Now we'll go to community members in opposition. Is John Soltis joining us remotely?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Heather Faniak? Heather Faniak, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Rhonda Bell in person, or there you are. Thank you so much. Please grab a chair on there, anywhere there. Okay, we'll start with John Soltis. Each of you will have 5 minutes to make a presentation.
Hello, honorable council members. I live close to the applicant's site with my family. I'm opposed to this RSM application, and I am not paid to be here today. I have to add a line because I'm a little frustrated because I was communicating with city staffer Andrew Olson last week, and the reason for this application was for a garage. So I wrote my entire speech based on that. So I'm going to go ahead with that because that's what I believe. That's what I was led to believe. I guess whenever you hear me say the word garage, you can swap in extra basement suite or whatever they're proposing. You can choose whichever story you prefer. Everfor claims they need RSM to allow enough lot area to build a garage. However, there's not enough space to stay under the 60% maximum. I would like somebody to actually measure this. If the intent is to build a garage that encourages car ownership in an area where some of the city's stated goals are LRT ridership, bike lane usage, and a walkable city. The building is 2/3 done, or perhaps a bit more. So why are they applying now? It has become clear that the intent is to build a lodging house and rent out individual bedrooms. There is an ensuite per bedroom with rental numbers on each bedroom door. This changes the current RS intended use from family-friendly affordable housing, a place where somebody might have a child and walk them to McKernan School, but that's not going to happen with these types of suites. It changes the nature to short-term rentals like a youth hostel or an Airbnb that can be rented out by the day, as one recent Everfor ad on Instagram indicates. Someone even comes in and regularly cleans the common areas. This process of applying for RSM after the fact bypasses the RS inspection requirement, which would have found that the potential maximum number of occupants would lead to a density exceeding the RS maximum per hectare. There are many Everfor properties in the city following this model, 27 of which are in McKernan and Belgravia, many mid-block, despite what the applicant just said a few moments ago. If this is approved, it sets a precedent for Everfor and de facto endorses this practice. Build an illegal building, cash in on federal funding, then after the fact ask for forgiveness to upzone so the building comes into compliance. All under the label of we just want a garage or an extra basement suite. In a 1 block radius, there are already 3 of these 2/3 built buildings, with 4 more Everfor lots in line for construction. This basically amounts to putting hotels in mature neighborhoods. It's time to stop this. Everfor claims this is great affordable student housing, but what is being built is not affordable. And Everfor staff at one of their lots quoted me $1,100 just for a single bedroom. Families walking kids to McKernan will never happen in this situation. RSM is intended as a transition from RS to RM, but if this lodging house is allowed to proceed, there will be a spike in resident population and not of a, quote, gentle transition from RS to RM. Also, the spike in population will be of an Airbnb and youth hostel nature, which is highly transitory and therefore disruptive, especially 100 meters from McKernan School. It actually takes away the supply of family-friendly housing that actually is in demand in this area, in addition to a stable and predictable housing supply. These are micro suites. How many micro suites do we need in the area? Finally, it should be noted that all you are being asked for today is a garage or something different in the basement. I couldn't quite follow that. So if you oppose this application, because the building is already built, we still get a jump in unit count. We still get density near transit. We still get federal funding and all those great things. That's in the past. This building will be there for a very long time. In closing, building a non-compliant building and then asking for permission is a deliberate and clear violation of the city's process, rules, and regulations. Before considering to allow a hotel next to a school with more planned, request an investigation into the applicant's current buildings and developments in any RS zone or zone under application for RSM. This would go a long way to building trust with City Council, both the current one and the one after this October, and would be in alignment with procedural fairness, as given my communication with city staff Andrew Olson, as well as live up to Mayor Sohi's excellent idea of a social contract on this topic with residents in Edmonton. Thank you for your time and your consideration. I'm open to any questions afterwards.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Heather Feniak.
Hello?
Go ahead, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm actually at the site, and there have been questions asked about the doors, and I would like to just show you. There are 4 basement doors. This was built to have 4 basement areas or secondary suites. There are also 4 main floor doors. And yes, most of them face 113th Street. One of the secondary suites actually faces the alley to the back, and the other door faces the 75th Avenue. My main concern is if you let this go to RSM, we are going to have yet another scenario where we are going to be able to have lodging house rental in our area. And that's a concern. That is not adding families. I listened to the person in favor, Mr. Thiessen, and he spoke about the need for families to come to the school, families to be close to the university. If you upzone this, this is not going to be family housing. This is going to be lodging housing. I too am not an objection to, and I don't object to density that brings families into our community. But when you have a site that has an ensuite per bedroom, that isn't family housing. If there are young children, that would discourage families, because I believe that would be a danger. I'm a grandmother. I certainly wouldn't want my grandchildren having an ensuite off of their bedroom. All day today, I listened to St. Peter's School coming down. You are in Chambers, but I'm at my home. This goes on and on. And there is a point at which I question, how much density do we need? How much is sufficient? And at what point does respect start to turn towards the people that are in their family homes? I did not illegally build this home in this neighborhood. I have not illegally owned it for 52 years. But yet, it seems that I am the one that matters least. And I know that many, many people in our area and in our city, in mature neighborhoods, feel the same as I do. I want to just end by saying that I make my opposition in memory of Wigert Hessel. His home is next door to this. And on August 23rd, he died. I don't claim that the stress took his life, but I certainly have a hard time believing it didn't play a major role. I thank you for listening. I strongly oppose this, and I hope that council can start to give some respect to the people that have lived here, have worked to build this community. I most certainly would love to share what I built, but not in this fashion. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. So sorry to hear about with the loss of your neighbor. Next, we will go to Rhonda Bell. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. And I did provide a presentation to the city clerk. I'm not sure whether or not it got there. Oh, there it is right there. Okay. So I too framed a great deal of my opposition to this request around the garage. I was told even yesterday that there was still a garage on the table for this property. But since it's not there, I will change my comments a little bit. So my name is Rhonda Bell, and I'm here opposing this request from Everfor to change the zoning from RS to RSM. Next slide, please. This is a picture of the lot, and I have an arrow pointing to the proposed garage suite. But you can also see that there's a retaining wall, a concrete retaining wall there on the left side of the, right side of the house, left side of that picture, and that is the door to the fourth basement suite that already exists. There are 4 doors, as Heather already pointed out. I want to talk a little bit about, again, this idea about the lodging house. We presented at our last city council meeting, and at that time, city admin, said that the future use of the building was not relevant to the zoning discussion because it was focused on land use and not how the building would function in the future. I disagree with this reasoning, and so should you. There is a well-known saying, form follows function. Indeed, the form of the building is highly relevant to its future function, and these developers have planned for this property to function as a lodging house and built the form to reflect that function. I understand a lot about student housing, having been a student myself for many years, but also as a retired professor at the University of Alberta and still involved with research at the University of Alberta. Students and short-term renters in McKernan are not interested in this type of housing. Other lodging houses and student-oriented short-term rentals are occupied only when the university is in session from September to April. They do not house families or people looking for longer-term housing. They rarely have the same residence from year to year unless they or their parents own the property. Some property owners even do not rent to families, and we've seen families evicted recently when the university starts up in the fall. Instead, our neighborhood needs densification that prioritizes long-term housing options for people who want to live in this neighborhood and who contribute to our vibrant community. In closing, I'd like to challenge you to oppose this request and retain this property in the RS zone. It will serve the community and the city much more. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Questions, colleagues? Actually, we only have 3 minutes left.
Mr. Mayor, point of order, would you like to extend orders to, well, I guess, is this the last item?
This is the last item, but I don't know how long it's going to take, right? Because there's questions.
I would be open. I'll move to extend orders to finish this item.
Well, people need to take a break.
Till 5:30?
Well, we don't know if we're going to finish by 5:30, right? Yeah, it's a public hearing, so we can't have an end time, right? Because then we have to conclude by then, right? So I don't know. I know clerk needs to take a break too, right? So staff needs to take a break.
I'm going to make a motion to extend orders to 5:30, at which point, if we are not completed, we'll have our break at that point.
Is it men okay with it?
Yes,
On
Mr. Mayor,
your
from our
side,
end, we're good.
Clerk?
We are good on our end as well.
I'm sorry?
We are as well.
Okay. All right, does council members have any other commitments? No? Okay. I do. I know, but just, you can vote, yeah, okay. All right,
Second.
This is at 5:05, they'll be voting in opposition.
Sorry, Councillor Stephen.
I'm sorry. Anyway, seconded and by Councillor Jens, okay. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Vote to extend to 5:30.
Councillor Stevenson is no.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
Yes. No.
Councillor Paquette was yes, I believe. And Councillor Stevenson was no. And Councillor Hamilton? Mark her absent. And Councillor Jans, I apologize, I missed your vote.
I'm a yes as well.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, questions, Councillor Jans?
Nothing further. Yep, I thought the presentations were very clear.
Okay. Questions to speakers? Are there any other questions to speakers? Councillor Cardinal?
Yeah, thank you. Just quickly, this is by my count at least the second time in a few weeks that we've had this kind of situation and you've come to speak. Sorry, I've lost your name, ma'am. Yeah.
Oh, so my name is Rhonda Bell.
Ms. Bell, can you speak to your confidence level in this process?
In the process, the city council process?
Well, I guess my understanding of the process is that you make an application, you get your permits, and then you start building something according to the permit. You don't start building something, apply for something, not get exactly what you need, come and beg forgiveness and hope that you get the mercy of the court. And yet, this court has provided mercy. There's a seek forgiveness but not approval trend with this particular developer. What does that do to your confidence level?
Oh, I have a very low confidence level in the sense that, I mean, this is a recurring pattern for sure for this developer. We've seen it many, many times in our neighborhood. I can't remember if it was John, we have something like 37 or 41 properties. They're all in a very similar.
All owned by the same?
Yep.
Company?
And all in a very similar pattern where they put up a sign to show that they are owning the property, they demolish the building, they put something else in, they begin the building, and then they put up a sign saying they've asked for rezoning. So that's a very, very common pattern.
And then the building goes up and it seems that there's a number on every bedroom from some of the stuff that's shared on social media about some of these buildings.
Yes, I'd agree with that. I have to say there are many buildings now that seem like they're almost finished and yet they're not finished. So I know there was one on 72nd Ave where the upzoning was approved, I think back in July. I wasn't here the time. It's still not finished. The one on 72nd Ave and 113th Street, I forget the address now because it's changed a few times. That one's also not up and running. This one looks very finished from the outside. That one's also obviously not rented. There's two more down the street from me, similar patterns.
So it walks like a duck, talks like a duck, comes here. We're told it's not a duck. Trust us, it's not a duck. And if it's a duck, we'll do something about it, but we can't presume it's a duck, even though it looks like the other 33 ducks. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor, oh, right, okay. Are there any other questions to folks? No, I don't see any. We'll go to questions to administration. Questions to administration, Councillor Jans?
Yeah, so I think the same line of questioning here, just what exactly was asked for? What are we seeing? And where's the confusion?
So the development permit that the applicant currently has was issued under RS zoning, and that is for 7 dwellings, and that's based on the site area. If I could just take a minute to clarify some confusion. In the RS zone, on interior lots, the maximum is 8 units, and that's regardless of site size. In the RS zone, on corner lots, site size, 75 square meters, determines how many units you can have. So in this site is 544 square meters divided by 75, gets you 7 units. The application for the RSMH12 zone, there's no limit on units.
So what they've effectively done is they've taken a 4 up, 4 down that they've used on other lots that were big enough, and they put it on this one, and this one's not big enough, even though it's a corner. And so it's a 4 up, 3 down. And what they're saying is, because even though we're not zoned for it for the 75, we still can fit it in our design here to do a 4th, so 4 up, 4 down. And now they're asking for permission, but they went to try and get a variance, and they can't do it. And now they're asking here.
For additional development rights.
Okay, so all this stuff with a garage or garage suite or anything else?
I think there was a stated intention earlier on. I think if the site coverage was there, it sounded like a garage was on the table.
But that cannot be because of the other factors.
That's right, and it doesn't sound like that now. And when we're talking to community members and through engagement, and they're asking, and if we have the information, sometimes it is helpful to share what the applicant's intention is. And we talk about intention a lot, right, in public hearing, but really it's a good lesson because the intention can change, and the property can change. It could change hands even tomorrow.
And
so
the owner could change or something else.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay. So it is because there's this. Yeah. I don't know. I don't want to belabor it given the hour, but I'm hearing the garage is out, the garage suite is out. This is purely a question of what do we do with the basement? Should this box be allowed to have 8 units in it or 7 units in it?
for us, it's a question of whether RSMH12 is appropriate in this location, which we are supporting, and it is.
Got it. Okay, so if it was rezoned to be H12, then does it have to go through a whole building permit, re-permit? So like the question that one
Yes.
speaker said about fire inspection, or because what's the word, the standard of construction or the fire code or something, isn't it higher for RS12 than RSM than RS?
So any change, right, at the development permit stage, it's reviewed in accordance with the zoning bylaw, so in the zone that is meant for that site. And same with the Alberta Building Code when it comes to their construction drawings. So this would be reviewed.
So even though they built it to RS, if it was deficient in any way, they would still have to up it to bring it up to the heightened standard?
Absolutely. To be in conformance with the development permit, they'd have to come in and get a new one.
Okay. Again, sorry, I don't mean to belabor it, but this is unique. Like this is the second one, but it's the second sort of small variance I think we've seen in 4 years. Is there? Why don't we see these sort of small changes more often from other applicants?
Councillor Jans, I give an example, last public hearing of a very substantial request for change of development rights for a site in Weekentwin. That's right on the corner of 102nd Avenue and 121st Street. That was for an additional 4 stories. I mean, this is a very small scale
Got it. Okay.
change in land use.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor. So just to clarify, so did they actually apply for a variance for that extra unit?
Yeah, it sounds that way, that they had the conversation with the development planner.
But so do we have a record that we refused it then? Is that, just to clarify?
We'll have to look in the database. I mean, density is something that cannot be varied, right?
The number of units.
That's right.
In this case wouldn't have been allowed to be varied. Now, you could still try to appeal that. The chances are, because there have been people who have been appealing things to Subdivision Development Appeal Board, even if they can't vary, and they could have done that.
Could go that route or could go this route.
Yeah, and they did not go to the Subdivision Development Appeal Board as far as we know.
As far as I know.
They could have made their case to potentially had that. SDAB would have then made a ruling at that point. They've chosen a different route. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. There are experienced developers that would know what could be approved through variance at the development permit stage, and they would know that this wouldn't pass or wouldn't be a variance that could be approved?
I'd just be speculating, Councillor Wright.
Okay.
That's a good question for the applicant.
Sorry, that's for the speaker. Is this standard practice that some developers can do this? I guess asking forgiveness after the fact?
We don't see it that often.
It's not that often?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you're here for public hearings. We don't see it that often.
Okay. I've only been here for 4 years, so I don't know if it happened in the past. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
So has it happened in the past prior to this council?
That's the example in Weekentwin that I keep referring to. Yeah.
So that's the one.
That corner site, yep.
So we've had one in the past.
Off the top of my head, Jean?
Councillor, there has been experiences over the years of situations where they come in and either have started to build and realize they can't complete what they thought they could, or plans change midstream. Okay. Not common though, but it has happened.
And the Quinton one, the structure is there, and then they came for rezoning to add the 4 stories afterwards. Is that right?
The excavation was done.
Okay, but not
and shoring installed.
Okay,
it's a major site. It's about 5 levels down of underground.
Okay. Yeah, because I think I had a similar kind of line of question as others around, is this it's obviously not the recommended practice, but if the end goal is to have this many units on a site, they could have rezoned from the beginning before they broke ground for something like this.
They could have, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good question for the applicant.
Okay. I can follow up on that. Like, why didn't they do that? But because it's kind of at this stage, the decision changed, intention changed. Variance we can follow up on that, whether they applied or not, and whether it was refused or not. But variance is one way to get there. But if that is not a viable path, what we're currently at, this is kind of going around. This is another alternative path to get there in a roundabout way, essentially.
It is.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Councillor, if I could just add,
Sure.
It's Travis here. What we have here today is an application that's followed the process, whether it's a development permit process or the rezoning process. It's followed it to its various conclusions. One of them will be today's voting. In terms of our review, we've looked at it and how it relates to our policy. I can see how council is grappling with the public commentary as well as the staging and phasing of these applications. I think there's validity in terms of how you incorporate that into your decision-making process and how that trust and that overall environment of infill that we are in. So there's a number of things going on here, but in terms of the process and how we view it, it is okay to do this in terms of process and our recommendation is based off that policy, but you have other considerations ahead of you today
For
as well.
sure. I mean, it's okay to do this, but it's not the typical best practice. Right.
It's okay. There's practices, whether it's best or not is up in the air.
Okay. I guess one last question around, is it a garage, is it a basement suite? Is it common then to have one set of understanding leading all the way up to this point? Because it sounds like that wasn't clear, because that wasn't clearly communicated to the community members who wrote in. Like, is that common for people to then show up to be like, oh, actually, this is not what we thought this whole time,
I think intention can change quite quickly, yes.
without communicating back to community members what that intention is, because it doesn't matter?
Councillor Tang, this is the risk in talking about intention. We will be much more careful in the future.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Okay, any other questions? I don't see any now. That concludes questions to administration. Are there any questions to folks in favor, in opposition, or to administration on any new information arising out of previous conversation? Councillor Tang? Go ahead.
To the applicant. Yep.
Yeah, can you please come down?
So I think similar question was asked the last time you were here for something similar. Why didn't you then apply for a rezoning before you broke ground for this RS to RSM?
Two reasons. The first one, like I explained to the mayor, so here, no matter what, we're gonna have the full basement dig out, right? The layout just straight us for the practice. And we developed that, and like I said, the second one is previously we can do the variance in the development permit stage. So we think we still have that opportunity to do that. When we do the development permit application, and we've been told that there is no more that kind of practice to variance it in the units. Okay. Previously, we only know the height is not non-negotiable, it's not a variance, those things. This time, we've been told that the unit number is not negotiable, it's not variable.
Gotcha. So variance could have been a way, but you were advised against it, so that's why you're going this kind of more roundabout way, achieving what you are hoping to achieve.
Yeah, that's right. It's unique. It's the policy change, and we don't know that.
I guess maybe, like, you're aware of the challenge and perspective is creating in the community, and how, you know, you're now the builder that keeps coming back for last minute decisions that quite frankly really doesn't look that great in the community. And it's losing a lot of trust and goodwill, I think.
That's right. Yeah, I do talk to my client.
Your client is aware of that.
Yes, like the macro unit, and we don't do that. My clients don't do that anymore. As long as I'm aware of, it's too much pressure for the neighbors, too much pressure for the whatever those things. Yeah, and we do listening, and we do change the direction as it goes. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Mr. Yen, it's too much pressure for you, too. You have to keep coming back here. But, you know, if you're told at the development permit stage that it wasn't allowed, why did you go ahead and continue to build the 4 suites downstairs with the firewall that now you say you can't take out?
Okay, no matter what, the cost is there. The cost for digging the foundation and put the foundation wall is there. It's already spent. We just do a try to do the secondary suite. As I said, the layout is unique.
Wouldn't it be less costly to only have to have 2 walls in the basement rather than 3?
No. The wall is still there. We cannot dig a 3-unit basement and leave one there. It costs more.
But before you put those firewalls in there, you thought, weren't you told at the development permit stage that you couldn't have 4 suites down there?
Councilor Wright, okay, it's a unique one. 1, 2, 3, 4. If we dig in 3 units and leave the 4th basement there, and we will do the pile, the screw pile
You're
around.
digging one hole, and then you put the exterior foundation in, and then you put the firewalls to separate the units.
Can I draw something? How to
Well,
do it? Okay.
no, I just,
okay.
I think, yeah,
Councilor Wright, the 4th one, the additional one, we need the foundation support that one, right? The 4th one, it cannot up to the air. We need a foundation to support that one. We either dig in a foundation wall or we do a screw pile with the grid beam. That will cost more.
okay, but you were told at the development permit stage it wasn't allowed, but you still continued to construct it as if it was going to be allowed, because then you knew you'd come back.
Yeah, the cost is there already, yeah, digging it.
Okay, thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Are there any other questions on the new information? I don't see any. Okay, can someone move to close the public hearing, please?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, please vote to close the public hearing.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Rutherford and Councillor Stevenson? We will mark them absent. Oh.
No, I'm here. Councilor Rutherford's a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Okay, we'll mark Councillor Stevenson absent.
There she is. Yeah, Councillor Stevenson is here as well.
She's here.
I'm
Okay.
a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Okay. All right.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll put first reading on the floor.
Second.
We have first reading on the floor. Anyone to speak? Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm not going to vote for this today. I think that the land use that was approved is appropriate for the spot. I know that there are some in the community who would feel that that land use was not appropriate. However, I think that to then change it once more probably is not in keeping with essentially the compact we're making with the public about the zoning bylaw. And of course, we know that people are affected by some of these decisions, not to the extent that the entire city may be aware of, but these are very real concerns about the impact of land use decisions on the rest of the land in the area and those impacts. So I think that I would like to stay steady with the current zoning and current situation on that land. Now, one thing that I will say is that if anyone else is thinking of speaking to this, that we keep in mind our rationale and the legal requirements that are upon us in describing what our rationale for our decisions are. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Cardinal.
Thank you. The spirit of this process is that you seek approval, you get approval, you build to that approval. To do otherwise is abusing the process. A mistake is once, an oversight is once, a pattern behavior is not. When we don't enforce the spirit of the process, we lose the trust of those we represent. It effectively leaves people thinking that there are no rules because you don't follow the rules, you come back to ask the rules to be changed, throw up your hands. I'm really sorry. If we want the people that we represent to trust in this process, to believe it's worth coming to these hearings, that it is, that they're going to be heard, that there is something to our zones and our bylaws and our rules, then we have to be seen to be reinforcing them. We didn't last time. This should be rejected. This should be firmly rejected. And then administration should, if there is an apprehension that a building exists that does not conform to the zone, then corrective action should be directed. If that building is brand new and it does not conform to the rules, does not match the drawings, any of those potential things, understanding I don't know if any of those things are true, but if any of those things are true, then corrective action needs to be directed. Otherwise, we lose the trust of everybody here.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Knack.
I'll echo most of what I've just heard from the previous speaker, Councillor Cartmel, and I'll just add again, I appreciate that while administration could not have varied the number of units, if they really wanted to take the chance, if they wanted to follow the process the right way, I think, they should have gone through Subdivision Development Appeal Board. The bar is high when something like that is being appealed for variance on, and rightfully so. So that should have been the process, not what we're dealing with right now. They have that right. If we say no today, and we should say no today, they have the right to still go through that process. It is unlikely they would be approved, and if it's unlikely they'd be approved here, I'm not sure why we'd be saying yes here.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Wright, quickly. Can you take that?
Yeah, got it.
You know, we have built this social contract after lengthy conversations with the communities, and communities did not agree to that social contract, but we came along, and I mean, they're slowly coming along, and we need to honor that. That's my view on this, right? Any variation to that loses trust. So whether, you know, I want to honor that community has, or coming along to what we have agreed on, and I want to honor that. So I would not be supporting this. I'll take the chair back and go to Councillor Jans to close.
It's all been said. Last time I urged all of you to vote against it. I'm doing the same now. Thank you.
Please vote.
Councillor Rutherford is a no.
Sorry, can you repeat that, Councillor Rutherford?
No.
No, thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is defeated. That concludes the question, the agenda.
Mr. Mayor?
Sorry, point of order. Who was absent on the? Oh, I see. Sorry, my mistake. Just making sure it counted correctly.
You want to say something, Jamie?
We want to say something to Jamie. You should say something. You say something.
Okay. I'll be very quick. I understand this is going to be our Jamie Johnson's last public hearing as a law. He's not going away. He's staying with the corporation, so don't worry about that. But he will not be coming back for guiding councils through the public hearing process. So thank you so much, Jamie, for all the leadership. And 18 years of, oh my God. Since 2000, I've been seeing you in that chair since 2007.
I think we roughly started together, Mr. Mayor.
I think we're roughly quitting at the same time.
Took a break. So it's not fair.
Because this is going to be my last public hearing as well, right? So, so thank you to everyone for really enjoyed working with Kim's team, Aileen's team. All the best to you, Jamie. Thank you so much for your guidance over the last 18 years. Good that? Yes, yeah. Okay. Any notice of motions or motions without customary notice if you don't have enough already? Are there any? Oh. No. It's part of the process. I got to ask, right? So we are adjourned. Okay. Thank you, everyone.